Hey everybody, I'm here. I made it. Sorry, folks. It was a moment of technical difficulties that we managed to overcome. So here we are, folks. It is the weekend watch party. If you're not sure what the weekend watch party is, you're going to find out. Do apologize about the bars. That's part of the technical difficulty. The black bars on my window. It's here, but you're here. Welcome. We're going to have a great time. What are we doing today, folks? We are watching the first 4 episodes of season 3 of The Wheel of Time. So the idea behind that is I'm going to watch them off screen. You need to watch them off screen as well. We'll watch them together. There is a timer on my window, which hopefully looks right to you. Please tell me in chat if it looks wrong, because it looks mirrored and weird to me, but apparently this setup makes it look right to you guys. And that's what I'm hoping for. We're going to watch those off screen. I'm occasionally going to pop it on if it's a really cool moment or something we really want to talk about. But for obvious copyright reasons, I can't play the entire episode. That's just not how it works. And it's not just going to be me sitting here. I'm going to have guests throughout the day. Kicking it off, I'm going to have a wonderful, wonderful guest, which is very fitting considering the first episode is so Ice heavy. Please welcome from the Amelin study herself, the wonderful Jess. How are we doing?
Hello, I'm very well. How are you?
I'm good after we got past those technical difficulties. So did we just hit another one? Did you freeze? Did I freeze? Maybe I froze. I don't know. Maybe it's frozen. Maybe I'm frozen. Oh, I don't know. You've just got... I don't know which one of us is freezing. Jess froze. Okay, try to say Jess froze. Okay, fair enough. I'm just
going to close it and see if that helps.
Okay. I can hear you now.
Amazon ruins everything.
Amazon just likes to ruin everything. This is true.
Yeah, nope. Amazon ruins everything. I'm blaming them because as soon as I opened that fucking window in my browser, it got all messed up. So
yeah. So we're going to have fun. We're going to watch The Wheel of Time today. And later on today, Sharon Gillam will be joining us, which I'm very excited about. In fact, we gave her a panic because she's meant to be on later and she got notification the episode was starting. And she's like, huh? I thought it was later. I'm like, it is. Don't worry. You're a later episode. Jess is first, So it was very cute, bless her. But she will be here later. We're going to have a lot of fun. And then tomorrow we're going to do it all again, but episodes 5 to 8. When I have a secret special guest. At least 1, maybe 2, maybe 3. Who knows? We'll find out. So
we'll find out together.
Sorry?
We'll find out together.
Yes, we will. So folks, you need to make sure that we're going to get going in a few minutes so that we're on time. This is why I built in the 15-minute buffer at the beginning, because, I could never run a TV station. Shit would all goes wrong. Something would break. But you need to make sure you've got the Wheel of Time on screen. I'm going to hit play when I hit play I'm going to hit play on the episode, and I'm going to hit play on the timer. In fact, if I need to mess with the timer a little bit now because I can't actually see the play button. So, excuse me, where I find there it is, the play button. That didn't alter the screen. But it's going to work like this. I'm going to go play. It's going to start. Oh, why is it doing that? That looks weird. Let me fix that. We'll make adjustments live on screen. There we go. That looks better. We're going to move it across. And we'll adjust. Let's see, this is live adjustments here, folks. All right. There we go. That looks better. Peek behind the curtain. Okay. And then we're just going to reset it when the episode rolls background. So, yeah, I'm definitely in my episode element teasing you. Yes, this is what I'm here for, the tease. So we're gonna have fun. So yeah, make sure you got the episode lined up. You hit play when I hit play. We watch the preview, or the previous episode nonsense and all that sort of stuff. Hopefully the purpose of the timer is so if you come and go, or you have to break for stupid adverts, whatever system you have set up, then you know where you are. You can catch up. So was that playing in hundreds? It was. Yeah. I can't stop that.
Accuracy is important.
Accuracy is important.
It's important. We're doing important work here.
It's the I needed a different timer. It was the one I found last second, so I couldn't do much about that. But Jess, are you ready?
I am ready.
Okay, chat, are you ready? That's the important thing. We are live on Instagram and on Twitch, not TikTok. I was about to say TikTok and Twitch.
You said tick, and I'm like, tick. Now
No.
what?
We're live on YouTube, obviously, but we're live on Twitch and we're live on Instagram as well. So, we're just everywhere right now. And if I could be live on TikTok, we'd be live on TikTok. So, but yeah. All right.
All right, let's do it.
Ready? We're going to press play in. Remember, we're going to watch the whole thing. No skipping, folks. 3, 2, 1, play. The timer, the intro is always just like we've seen this so many times now.
Looks like you hung up.
Because I don't think it's going to catch 30 minutes or such.
There it goes. It's covering your face.
There we go. Is that better?
Yes. I just want to be able to see you because I don't want to wait 3 weeks to see your face in real life.
My computer is not having the greatest time right now, which is very frustrating.
That sucks, and I am sorry. Go find me for a new computer for Rob. Maureen straight creeping.
Right. I'm going to that should change this around. I'm going to have to watch a different place. I'm going to have to catch up to my own timer. So where are we at? 3:30. 3:40. Okay. I am ready to sync up. This is so annoying. All right, I am synced up. So the fun thing about this now is I'm not going to be able to display the episode on screen. So, but that's fine. Sorry about that, all folks. Hopefully that should eliminate all the jittering that was happening with busted timers and such. So, yeah. So, Jess, what do you think about this opening? Like,
What do I think about what?
This opening
I
scene.
need to turn the volume on the show down.
Yeah.
Okay, what do I think about what?
The opening scene, like it is. I remember when they gave us like this 11-minute sneak peek, and I kind of lost my mind watching it. I couldn't.
I lost the entirety of my whole shit. It was all gone.
Just everything.
Like, it was out. It was gone. I was shitless. Just the whole thing is just so well done. The intrigue and the tension and the way she locks the Reds out, like
I know, right?
Like the way Leandrin has black in her dress, like come on.
Yeah, it's kind of perfect. It's funny when you do a rewatch. For me, I then look and I'd be like, well, you're setting up now how you get kicked out of the tower. Well, yeah. Sorry, not kicked out of the tower. How you get killed. In essence, how you get,
like they turned around and like used her own bullshit against her, and
yeah, it's absolutely just perfect how that worked. And I love Arosa's just throwing in here. Fun fact: Zenobia was supposed to be supposed to be on the whole shot, but she got COVID.
Oh, and no!
That's why we're like, where did our yellow sister go? Because she wasn't.
She was not supposed to be there. Oh my god!
Wow.
If I were her, I would be so mad that I missed this.
Ah, seriously? Like, this is
just absolutely bereft.
This is the second scene we got that wasn't on page. Like episode 1, like 101, obviously was Winter Night, and here we are. I think we all love that. Like, regardless of how you feel about season 1, I think we all absolutely loved Winter Night.
Yeah, it was great to see it.
Yeah, and here we are, like season 3, and we're getting the coup of the tower, which is a little different to, I suppose, how it is in the books, but it's bloody brilliant. My phone won't stay up. Stay up, phone, so I can watch everything.
Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah. She tried to deny the whole thing. It's just brilliant. It's like, no, you're not getting away with that.
Oh, really? And Leandrin's like, what?
Yeah. It's like, that's not how that's...
Shit. I wanted that to go different.
Yeah, you weren't meant to, like, bring someone else in who actually had evidence. That's like, not fun. That's not
witnessed
fair.
It. Like,
Yeah. Who said that was allowed? I'm going to try and see if I can get this back, because I'd love to be able to show some of these things. Joe is asking, is it a good sign that Sony keeps posting Wheel of Time clips after the cancellation? I don't know if these are like, it just happens to be time, maybe they were scheduled or something, or...
It's possible that they had it all scheduled way ahead of time. Like, I never functioned like this because my brain doesn't work right. But in general, I think the idea is to have your social media content planned out for weeks or possibly months in advance. So I don't know that it necessarily means anything, but they also could have gone and pulled it after they decided to cancel, and they didn't. So, but I think also, presumably, they still are getting paid when people stream it. So, I don't know.
I mean, it's possible, yeah. So... This whole door situation was quite funny, though.
Yeah. It's like, really, all these big, strong men couldn't open the door?
I gotta turn it down. Yeah. And it's funny because they're like
God, this whole
banging
thing
around a camera. They're not actually banging the door. Ugh.
I know. I like the idea of doing film is so weird to me because I have done a lot of theater. And so, like, you're
Right.
doing everything in one shot and there's a live audience. And the idea of having to do stuff with, like, a camera in your face is so weird to me. Or, like, weird set stuff all around. Like, or, like, in a scene like that where they're doing magic. And so they're doing all of the gestures and everything, but nothing's happening because magic isn't real.
Yeah.
So, like, I have to imagine that after they did all of that and then they saw the finished product, they must have just lost their minds at how cool it was.
Yeah.
Like,
absolutely. I mean, I was scrolling TikTok much earlier today and I came across like a behind the scenes filming of one of the visions with the camera that just goes over the top constantly to make it seem like it's spinning. And it was the one where Moraine's dressed in her Amelin Sea garb and Rand's there kneeling in his his red jackets, and she's got the orb, the Sakanan, and she just like pulls down lightning and kills him, and he just goes poof, and obviously it looks really strange without any of the effects because you can just see someone filming the camera going like that. So the camera just the whole arch is just going like that with the camera built into it, and there is Rosamund just going, and Yosha going.
And it's sort of like it's like when you're little kids playing pretend, like
yeah. It's it's wild how much they have to put into this. So, why is the timer going white? Thank you for letting me know that, folks.
Like the people who are flying around are like attached to wires and stuff, like
yeah.
And then Jen's out here with a real stick, just like beating the shit out of people. She doesn't need magic.
Jen's
she just needs a fucking stick.
She's lethal, man. 1 second. The timer is not quite captured everything. There we go. Told you, folks. Live adjustments. There we are. Thank you for that. I hit a button and it moved the up and down timer. So, all right. Now I don't know if this is gonna work.
And Lana and Marine are like, "Whoa!"
I know. I mean, that must be freaky.
Shit.
As someone just watching just all of that pop out, just be like, "What is going on?"
It's like, wait,
right
what
now?
just blew up? What the fuck happened? And my dumbass would be like, wait, what floor is that?
You're trying to up. I wonder, is this going to work now? If I pop that, look at that! Look, it popped up on screen, everybody. I don't need that.
Hi.
That can disappear. Yay!
I mean, honestly.
So the secret is, I can't do a
You can't do what?
Honestly. I was going to say, I can't do a.
I was going to say, one of the things that makes me saddest about this show being canceled is not seeing more Varen. God, I loved her so much.
It is.
And
she's
Alana.
Not how. Yeah. I mean, I forgot it was just 11 minutes watching this. And then this happens. The guys walk out and it cuts. And I was like, no! What do you mean that's it?
I was like, and then what?
Yeah. Oh. Alana finally doing justice for the Green Aja.
Like, for real.
I do feel like, I mean, this moment right here, okay, where they go in to kill her, the other Aes Sedai protecting her. I'm like, how is Alana not just doing like arrows of air or something into the into
well,
the ice.
that's kind of my question. Is that at that point, I would be shielding somebody. I don't know, like
what's going on with it? Why is the timer stopped? The timer has not stopped, but it has stopped. There we go. Is the timer looking all right now, folks? Just it's just not going to handle it today. So my desktop
and now
can
she's
handle.
just being vindictive, like.
Oh yeah.
Oh, bye, Yvonne.
Sorry, buddy. We miss you.
We miss you. R.I.P.
I don't know why it was Maxim in this moment that really got me. Like, Alana crying was obviously very emotional, but for some reason, just the way Maxim was so just stunned. I don't know, like, yeah, just really, really got to me at this moment.
Well, and if you think about it, like the shock of the bond being broken and then feeling him missing and then your own sort of grief and then whatever Alana's feeling just like flooding you.
Yeah.
Like
that would be wild.
Fuck it. That's so much. I don't even like my own emotions.
It does get it does. I mean, as we see later, it's so much, isn't it, just to deal with.
Oh, this moment is just like, oh, just okay, fine, rip my heart out and stomp on it. That's cool.
Yeah. Like, don't, yeah. It was just really, really gut wrenching. Josie saying, "Oh, the guy's really being making it sad. It's because of the hand holding earlier." Oh, that's true. Yeah, it would have been.
Well, yeah, you did sort of like, he lost a love, not just a friend, but like one of his people.
And Lan's supposed to be in there getting his sword, and he's just like, let me pick up my girlfriend.
Like, no, I'm not gonna. I'll get my sword, but first I'm gonna get my girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I went back and forth on which
and that
of those
was the cold open.
So good.
I do enjoy how they're like, we could have kept you safe. I'm like, you're children.
Well, I mean, Egwene probably could have, because at this point she'd been with the Shanchan and learned fighting stuff. She probably would have killed everybody.
She's learned some fighting stuff she probably shouldn't know.
Yeah. Well, and she's also, I feel like in her, I love it when Matt just accidentally starts speaking in the old tongue and then he's like, ah, fuck. I did it again, didn't I?
You're good.
I like what Minari is manifesting here.
Season 4 and later we'll have the full intro for all 10 episodes.
Yeah. Manifesting. I'm here for it.
I'm down for manifesting too.
Thanks, Captain Obvious. The city is not safe. You think? You fucking think?
I mean, people be people. So I love how serious Matt's like looking right now, and he's just like, oh, okay, that's heavy, man.
Yeah, he looks
and then,
like deeply uncomfortable, especially about the Red Aja. Like,
yeah, he's like, yeah, I've been there, done
don't
that.
like
They're
that.
not fun. No. And then he's just like, well, but fuck it, let's go.
I know, he's like, you know what, though? I need a drink. Thank you.
Yes. And oh, poor Loyal, man. Like, why is it not, why is it always daybreak? Why is it not after hearty breakfast, man? Like, kills me, that line.
I know. I love him so much. And like, I know we're not here to talk about the end, but man, he went out like a fucking boss.
Oh, he did. He did. We can all have a lot of tears about that tomorrow, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this whole bit between Rand and Hayden, so he's just like, well, if I'm the boss, then you got to do what I say.
I would die for Bane and Jian.
I mean, I would too. I've not seen Raga in real life, but I have seen Maya in real life. Went to see the play she was in. And she is more beautiful in person than you see on screen. Like, she's like the nicest person as well. So they're all so nice. Like, everyone I've ever met has been really nice.
I'm so jealous that you've met all of these people. Like,
I've been very, very lucky.
Whatever. It's like, oh yeah, I've met Donald and I've met.
I mean, we were both drunk after an awards party, so that was the first time I met him, because I met him after Hades Town. I say met him. He came out and saw the queue of people at the stage door. So like, there's not meeting, But yeah, Sulan helps run the Olivier Awards, which are the Tonys in the UK.
Oh, nice.
Awards for theatres, yeah. And he was doing Hades Town at the time, and they were doing a musical performance for one of the acts, like in between awards and things. And thanks to Sulan being part of the team running it, they get a certain number of tickets that they can sell to friends and family. So
that is so cool.
Yeah, myself and Elliot
I want to
went and joined and had a great time. You get to go to the after party, which is a natural history museum, and basically you're raving in a museum. It's wild. And most of the people who go to the event, like who host an award or perform or things like that, go to the after party along with people like myself who, know someone and they got a ticket. And literally we were the very last people, because Sulan had to make sure everyone left. That was like one of her last duties. And one of the last people out the door is literally, we're going out one door and they're coming out the other. Don't know. And we're all quite drunk, and I just walked over and was like, hi, I'm a fan. And we chatted all the way there, and he was like so nice. He was so happy to talk to us.
That's awesome. So, I feel like when everybody's a little bit drunk, things are just a little bit easier.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I'm much less awkward when I'm just a little bit buzzed, because when I'm not, I just think about it too much.
Yeah, this is true. Yeah, we went to see Kate Fleetwood was in a play, I forget what it was now, down in Bath. They ended up moving it to London later on. And we were like, really like, do we meet her here? Is she going to come to stage show? Is she sneaking out the front door? Like, where do we go? What do we do? And you just keep thinking about it. And you're like, nah, this is just...
What am I going to say to her? Am I going to be so awkward? Oh my God.
Yeah. So also, yeah, I love that you've picked this on chat, like the 100 campaigns. This is about Jeff Goldblum. Me and the Q counts one of the times I've met Jeff Goldblum doesn't count, and I need it to. Sorry, yeah, like Jess said, one of the times.
One of the times? How many times have you met Jeff Goldblum? And I would love to meet Jeff Goldblum because he's so delightfully weird.
Yeah, he is. There's an experience behind him, that's for sure. So, but yeah, anyway, back to the episode. With Matt's gibbering on in old tongue, much like we're gibbering on about random things. So I love how well he slipped that into the episodes. Like, they were just like, oh, you can do some lines in old tongue, and he just it says it so naturally and so easy. It's like,
yeah, like it's just like he's saying a normal thing. He played that extremely well.
it really does. Really, it hits brilliantly.
Oh, here she comes.
Mm-hmm. I do enjoy the bit between Varen and Moraine, where it's just like, I got my ass handed to me by a buddy, so yeah. This is what are you talking about? Like, you can't trust anything.
It's like, do you know what just happened to me and my sister? Like, fuck off.
Yeah. I mean, that's got to be shocking, right, to have that happen to you.
Mm-hmm. You think somebody, and then they betray you like that, and it's just...
Yeah. That's heartbreaking. And poor Perrin, pretending like he's Perrin, pretending that he's not worthy.
You're like, worthy, babe.
Very worthy. Honestly, he's my favorite character, but you know, Marcus does such a good job playing him.
And this will probably seem strange, but I like him more in the show than in the books. And I think that there are a lot of people who probably will think that I'm crazy for that. But how do I share the live stream? It's not letting me share it.
Oh, that's annoying.
On Instagram, it's sort of like, all right, well, you can send it to all of these individual people that you follow.
It gave me a notification that you had shared it.
Oh, okay. So it just did it.
Well, not right now.
Because it pops up it pops up a window, and for some reason, Bjorn Landberg is the first person on the list.
I mean, send it to Bjorn. There we go. Not the confusion, folks. I actually have a message from Bjorn Landberg that I totally meant to share. No, I'm not kidding. I totally meant to share.
Well, now we're going to have to wait till the end of this episode.
No, because it was, he just wrote it in the message to me when I invited him.
Oh.
Yeah. And he said for everyone, he apologized. He was unable to make it this weekend. He's busy all weekend long, sadly. But he wanted to say thank you to everyone who is, championing the movement, whether that be just sharing messages or, posting things out to the streamers and, signing petition and stuff like that, or whether you're actually making billboards appear around the world and stuff like that. He's like, no matter what you're doing, he's like, thank you so much. He's sorry he couldn't be here, and he hopes we all have a great time. So.
Well, I'm sorry that he couldn't be here too, because I would have loved to have been awkward at him.
He's got quite a voice. He actually recorded an intro and an outro for Threefold Talk. So now when we play Threefold Talk, it's
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah.
Shut up. Get the fuck out of here, Robert. No.
And like the intro to Threefold Talk finishes, like it comes and it's just like the end photo, and it says, "This is Bjorn Landberg. Welcome to Threefold Talk." And then at the end, and then at the end, when it's just the image of "May you always find love, water, and shade," which is our our goodbye, he says, "May you always find love, water, and shade."
That's amazing.
I know. He's honestly such a great person.
He's
and
so
that
good
voice.
looking. Oh my god!
Check out the podcast he does, folks. It's called.
I have.
Is it?
I actually fell asleep to it. I actually fell asleep to it last night.
Oh. Is it called Bed in the Bath? What is it called? I forget.
No, it's Bed on the Beach.
Bed on the Beach. That's it. I don't know why. I knew it was a B.
And apparently I think it already existed in German, and then they decided to start doing it in English.
They realized the power of his voice. So,
He could say literally anything to me.
I mean, he's got a
Well,
great
and
voice.
I had been meaning to do it like a while ago, but I started listening to some of his music, and great singer.
Mm-hmm. Definitely
I actually
great singer.
posted about it on Instagram. I was like, so when is he going to sing like stuff from classics, like Broadway classics? And I was like, and I tagged him and I said, if you need a soprano, I'm good. And I work for beer. And
There
he
we go.
actually liked it and he responded. He
Oh,
like commented. So he knows I exist. That's fun.
I look. A lot of the cast and crew pay attention to the fandom, so
I know. It's
you
like,
know.
it's like, wait, hold on. I don't actually want to be perceived. Okay.
It's one thing to hear that they watch. It's another thing to know they actually
To
watch.
actually know.
Yeah.
And then you're like,
Yeah.
oh,
I think I would be as awkward as the girls feel in this moment, because we'd be all be like, "Oh no, they watch us. It's brilliant. It's fine." And then like the ambulance seat walking in, they'd be like, "Yeah, I watched this episode." And they would describe something you did, and we all go,
and be
"Oh,
like,
yeah, you watched that? That's embarrassing." But you
well,
put it on the internet, you know.
and I know that there are a lot of folks like Lesby Nerdy and Nabes and you, like, you do enough stuff that they probably do watch you, but like I am not under any like
Your stuff's great. What are you talking about?
well, yeah, but I'm not under any disillusion that they're actually watching what I do, because if they do, then I'm going to be really embarrassed at how much I swear. So.
You think that's bad? I found out. So I was lucky enough to get a ticket to the season 3 episode premiere thing they did in London that Matt hosted, and we all went for dinner after. Not all of us, but like some of us went for dinner afterwards, and then we found out that everyone who had gone to the pub just outside the cinema kept seeing all the cast and crew leaving the hotel they were staying at, which was also next door to the cinema. It was like, you know, cinema, hotel, and then the pub was like across the tiny little pedestrian walkway type thing. So they would see people walk out, they're like, that's this person, that's that person. And like Taylor and Rafe came over and spoke to them and like chatted to them all, because they're all set in the outside area. And it's in like it's in Leicester Square, or Leicester Square, as Crit called it the other day in a video. Bless her. I'm like,
even my dumb American ass knows. Come on.
I was watching that. I'm like, Credit, you must have done that deliberately. You've been to the UK. You know it's called. You've been there. You know it's called Leicester Square.
You know.
Anyway, so like we were getting notifications, like they were like, Rob, come back. And I was like, okay, we'll finish up and we'll wander back. And we didn't see them. But Sarah was with us, and she saw a couple from, like, there was a group of people, and she saw a couple, and there was like Max, one of the writing assistants, and there was Kai, and a few of the others, you know, just a group of people like that. And they rushed over to say hello and chat and this the other. And I was there with them, and like I think Una was with me as well. And then suddenly I noticed that Raimi Park was there, and I was lucky enough to have met Raimi once at a Prague Shakespeare play, and she like, you know, they were chatted once or twice, like invited to I got permission to invite him. Our KiriCon schedules didn't work out, so she couldn't come that year.
Right.
But like, hadn't, you know, that was it. Hadn't really interacted. Like, I told her how great episode 206 was when it came out, and she was really worried. And I was like, no, you've slayed it. Episode 206 was insane. And I thought, that's it. You know, like, never ever. She recognized me and gave me a hug and was like happy to see me, which was already
you're
like,
friends. That means you're friends now.
I was stunned enough by that already. But then she was like, oh, I watched your video like the other day, and it was I just loved it so much. And I'm like, which video? And she's like, for the sneak peek. And I just went, oh, you know? I'm like, I'm so over the top in that, because I just couldn't control myself. And I was like, I actually went, that's really embarrassing. She's like, no, I loved it. I'm like, I'm still really embarrassed.
I guess enjoy my genuine expression of human emotion.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, where I kind of forget there's a camera watching me. So yeah, it does happen, and you do feel awkward. Yeah. There's fun stories.
I wanted so badly to be cool with Guy Roberts, but I felt very awkward. I was probably fine, but I felt awkward.
You were fine. Guy had a great time last year at WoTCon, and you were great with him. So I saw you interacting with him.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I interacted like a normal human being. That's great,
Yes.
because I did not feel like a normal human being.
I mean, we all know that Uno likes to swear, and Guy Roberts wishes he could be Uno for real. So, just put all those things together, and you were in good company. So, sorry, folks, we're really just not talking about the episode right now.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about any of this. But this moment with Elaine and Avienda, I was like, oh, hell yes.
Oh, I mean, this sets up.
They are so into each other. They are so gay for each other, and I love it.
Yes. Like, she's waiting for Elaine, and I just love the look on her face when Elaine's like, well, you can carry my basket for me then. And she's like, that's not how that works, but I'll do it. So, Max is like, I really want to know what that letter said, I'm assuming, and whether it made it to more gays.
I would love to know that as well.
That would be, really cool information. This is just hardcore flirting, and it was so good. They were both at the premiere, and everyone was just like yes and woos and all the things for this every time they interacted in this episode. And then we realized later, oh yeah, they were both set up there watching.
They were both there. Okay.
Yeah.
So now you know how happy we are that your characters are gay for each other for real.
Yes, this is
head canon no more. Actual canon.
Joe was quite right. We all thought this first watching the two of them, that like that might be all the Avalaine we ever get. Like, that was very possible.
I mean, I'm gonna manifest and be positive that when another network picks this up,
Apple,
and it comes back, like, I'm hoping that we get more Avalaine. I
hope so.
I'll be interested to see how Min fits into their dynamic if they go with Min and
well, they are doing all three, or at least that's what they were going to do, wasn't it? They were doing the all three ladies involved at some point.
Okay.
But how many people want Elaine's dress, by the way? Like,
it looks so comfy.
It does. That's a question. WoTCon is in 3 weeks. 3 weeks today. Today, everybody.
I'm so excited.
This is very exciting. You and I and Master of the Deck, we're road tripping.
8 hours in the car together, baby.
Yeah, I get to see
the ultimate test of friendship.
Right. Your live video will just be me in the background. Eventually. But Sharon Gillam's going to be at WoTCon, and Sharon is bringing costumes.
She's bringing costumes,
which I'm sure was a great logistical nightmare and insurance nightmare and all those bits and pieces. And,
I am glad that I'm not the one who had to deal with all of that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad it was Nabes. He has his shit together, so.
I mean, you'd hope so.
I mean, he acts like he does.
What costume do you hope that she brings? Like, if you could pick one.
Well, we actually know what one she's bringing.
Oh. Is that shareable information? I don't want to get you in trouble with names.
Well, we shared it on the live stream on the Dusty Wheel. So.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay, fair enough. So what costumes is Sharon bringing?
We're getting that Moraine one, the like royal blue one with the gold around the neck that I think is from the Dream sequence. We're getting oh my god, I'm blanking out on what else we're getting. He sent me the picture. Hold on.
Is it just a few, or are there like lots?
There are 4.
4. I mean, that's still amazing.
Yes, we're getting Elida's whole like regalia with the crown and everything, what she's wearing when she confronts Swan.
Wow.
We are getting Savannah's weird getup with like the snake thing around her neck.
Shut up.
Hand of God.
Okay.
And we're getting
extra hard on my Savannah outfit now.
Let me tell you something. Somebody's going to have to hold my hands behind my back because I will not be able to stop myself from touching.
Oh, I honestly, it was the same. I'm sure Nabes can attest to this. Like when we saw them for the season 2 set visits, and we did the whole little tour around inside the tower recording section.
Mm,
There were costumes everywhere. I'm sure you've seen the photos, folks. If you haven't, please let
yes.
me know, and I'll put some out. Because I've got lots. It was very hard not to just like reach out and just touch, because there's like no barriers on those things in that
Yeah,
moment.
well,
I'm just
I'm
like,
already a really tactile person. Like, I have to touch everything. Like, that's the neurodivergence. But
mhm.
then, like, as a person who sews and does costuming, like, I want to look and see, how did you put this together? That thing that Elida has on, it's stiff. How did you do it? What did you use? I want to look. I want to
Yeah.
see the construction. And so that's where my problem is going to come in, is I'm going to want to get my mitts on it and look at how it's put together.
Nils made a good point, chat, by the way, folks. It is Saturday today, so it's 2 weeks and 6 days until WoT.
Oh, yeah, that is true.
Yeah. But yeah, Names is gonna have his work cut out for him. I'm assuming there'll be a bodyguard role in the volunteer section this
There's
year.
got to be, because
Guarding the costumes.
there's got to be, because
And Nils asking which ones can we try on, so. Oh, Minari making a good point in season 1. Oh my god, how have I missed this? I need to do a full 3 seasons rewatch at some point. The Avalanche in full regalia shall be your downfall. Marine obviously assumed it was Swan. And I thought it was vague enough to be about Elida. Yeah, that works. Oh my god. Seriously, the foreshadowing in the TV show is so good.
So like good.
So.
All right, Daniel Henney, you don't have to sit there and be so hot. Good God. You're from Michigan, dude. Calm down.
I mean, he does need to be that hot. He's Lan.
I know.
That's just, that's his MO. Oh, I've suddenly realized I'm quite behind. Sorry. I must have hit pause at some point. There we go.
One complaint about Lan is that he talks so quietly all the time. And I'm like, what? What'd you say?
So too many years of working in hospitality and late nights and bars and things like that. I have one of those like unbalanced hearing situations. And if there's a lot of ambient noise, I can't hear things, and I don't want to crank up the television really loud. So I love to watch things with subtitles. And so I don't miss things he says because of the subtitles, but I absolutely, I have been watching it once and realized the subtitles weren't turned on for whatever reason. And I'm like, wait, what did he say? Like I've seen this before. Why do I not remember?
Why do I not? I don't remember what he says either. I think he's talking about how he's not worthy.
Yeah, basically, yeah, that's what he's saying. I'm not worthy of the sort, which is ridiculous. Yeah, like Lan is the most worthy person in the world. So, I low-key wish that Loyal... Do you think they gave Hamad like a smaller glass to hold so it looks like even teenier in his hands?
It's probably yes, like a forced perspective kind of thing, because because it already looks like super small.
It looks like he's like, everyone else is like, yeah, and he's just like, that. So I know he's not a giant, but he's still,
he's got those giant mitts though.
He does have those giant mitts. This is true. So, what is
a maiden's kiss? I love how parents like, no, you probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is, but you probably shouldn't.
They seem too excited by it, Matt. Calm your farm. And
well, it's like all these women do is kill. Why? No, don't play a game with them.
I mean, full credit to Matt. He's pretty ballsy, but he gets the spears pushed forward here. Does that mean that was a bad kiss with Chia?
Yeah.
That means that was a bad kiss.
Yeah. You need to do a better job there, bud.
Is Matt a bad kisser under pressure?
Maybe. I mean, he needs, maybe he just needs to read some Cosmo for some tips. I don't know.
What would Cosmo be called in the world of Wheel of Time?
All right. Well, the full name is Cosmopolitan. So,
Mm.
what would people in the Wheel of Time call Cosmopolitan? Like, what would they call something Cosmopolitan?
Yeah, that's the question. Chat, help us out there.
Yeah. What do you think Cosmopolitan, the magazine, would be called in the world of the Wheel of Time?
This is the
And their
important
hot
stuff.
tips would be like how to survive a game of Maiden's Kiss.
Yeah, exactly. How to navigate the veils of Tanchiko, you know? How to, in Elaine's case, how to seduce an Aiel or a princess, depending on which person's reading the article, you know? Honestly,
Somebody needs to make that.
there was cheering in the cinema when this happened, you know? When they were
Yeah,
kissing.
I bet there was. I cheered.
And the you know, finally comment. Yeah. And then they just kept like going with the scene, and everyone was just like, huh? What? Oh, okay. And yeah, it was.
They're gonna do it.
Yeah, it was amazing. Just
Minari says, parent size, loyal is shocked. Matt is 10 times hornier than 1 minute ago.
so true. I
Matt's
mean,
like, I have the weirdest boner right now.
yeah. I mean, yeah, like you can't say no. And you'd be crazy if you did say no.
To what?
To just Maiden's Kiss, like
Oh,
if you're that,
yeah, no, I would
if you're
play.
that,
I would play Maiden's Kiss in a heartbeat. I happen to know I'm a great kisser, so I'm not worried. Bring it on.
are you a great kisser under pressure though? Is the problem?
I think
Like
I would be a better
an
kisser under
unexpected
pressure.
kiss, yeah. So this whole scene between the two of them is quite cute because Rand's he's very understanding, where he's just like, okay, you're still in, you know, you're still struggling to deal with things, you're still feeling trauma. I mean, admittedly, it's probably an unconscious, you know, I just want to touch your face type thing.
Yeah.
But, you know, her reaction, he instantly realizes, okay, hands around your neck or close to your neck freak you out because of
Yeah. So we're not doing that anymore.
So,
yeah.
So we won't do that. And, you know, he's like, fine, you know, we can just sleep. Like, I'm not going to pressure you for anything. And then she's just like, nah, bring it. Like, we'll work on it.
Yeah.
So credit to Rand there. There's some emotional maturity there, you know?
Yeah. Well, he is a pretty emotionally mature individual, which is a change.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's not very.
And then, of course, we have to remember that, like, they were teenagers in the books, so obviously they're going to be idiots, you know?
Yeah. I mean, is anyone not an idiot until they get, like, in their 30s or something?
Let me tell you, I'm well into my 40s at this point, and I still feel like an idiot. So at this point, I don't think it ever gets better.
That's fair.
To be perfectly honest. Of course, Matt's down here just going to have a little drinky poo.
Yeah. I mean, why would he not? He's had a reasonably successful night of kissing.
I mean, he's still alive.
Yeah.
He only has, I would call them minor marks on his neck.
Yeah.
So.
And he's been, you know, trying to get their attention for a month. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, he's been trying to hit that for a while. So.
I do feel like in this season, Matt and Nynaeve got, you know, a bit closer in their relationship.
Yeah,
Like,
I think that they had to. This is like a good moment with them.
yeah. Like, I think they're establishing trust. Not that I don't think he didn't trust her before, but you know, unlike how Rand feels like he can't talk to anyone. I feel like Matt definitely thinks, "Oh, I could talk to Nynaeve," you know.
Well, I think they're maybe reestablishing trust because they've been separated for a while, you know, so they're like reconnecting.
Yeah. I'm just so intrigued by what they did with how his memories and other things worked. You know, because getting everything from the Horn last season was just, I mean, that was super cool, and that was a great, you know, season finale. But I'm glad they didn't just ignore it for season 3.
Yeah.
He asked for help.
He is so Donalfin is so good.
Yeah, he's just, it's unfair how good he is.
I know. Really just kind of want to give him a hug in that scene. Like, I am so sorry, buddy. That sucks.
Mm-hmm. It really does. It really, it sucks big time. A low key Uno moment where he's on the cards. Cute. The scene is just so well done between like Rand finding all the copies of himself, because they absolutely could have CGI'd everything, but
yeah,
he did the scene multiple times, playing each person against stunt doubles, and I'm just like, ugh.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah,
I really like the way that they decided, like they did practical effects like at every possible point.
It works so much better. Practical effects. You know, if you can do, the more you do in camera, the better the scene ends up. So I fell for this. I don't know about you, but I proper fell for this. I was just like, why are you not? I don't understand why you're not going out there. Why are you letting screaming and shouting and whatever else happen? I don't understand it. And then it didn't occur to me until she actually was just like, until Land goes running to save Nynaeve, that oh shit, she was deliberately and then
she
I was like,
on purpose not doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I was like, so was she causing that? And then it wasn't. I was like, no. And then the whole Lanfear thing came out, and I'm like, right, okay, this is weird. So the ring thing is too perfect for me. That doesn't work in my estimation, but that's just me, because it's like perfectly cut in half. But for that to happen, it needs to be, they actually have to go through his finger.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. But you know, we can gloss over that. I don't really like, it's not a sticking point to me, but I see it every time. I'm just like, oh, that's not how it works, but okay, fine. You know,
that's not how jewelry works, dude.
Yeah. And looks scary with his hair down like this and just stalking back and forth. So and there is a lot of stabbing in this scene. Like Nynaeve stabbed like what 11 times?
A lot of times.
Yeah. Perrin gets an axe to the chest and to the hand. Egwene gets stabbed. I think doesn't Rand get stabbed as well? And now, do you know what? Something's just occurred to me. This moment right here foreshadows the end, where she's like, Rand, let go. And then at the end, he's doing basically the same thing. And she's like, Rand, let go. And he stares and it ends. And we don't know whether we assume based on how the rest of the books go, and that's what the show's based on, that he doesn't just let loose and destroy everything. You don't actually know. And yeah, this is, on a much smaller scale, but the same thing. And I just did not pick up on that until right now. This is why you got to rewatch, everybody. So, because you get this stuff that you wouldn't get if you didn't rewatch, like when you reread.
I haven't released the episode yet because I haven't edited it yet, but in a somewhat semi-recent episode of TVAD, Kevin talked about going through and watching it, like each character's arc, like all at the same time. So like each of their scenes, which that sounds really interesting. And I might do that.
Well, see, Kevin and I did something like that for season 2, KCI streams, Glory to the Stars. And it gives you a unique take on their arc throughout the season.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I think I might do that. That sounds interesting.
Yeah. I know Kev's been going through a lot, and there's I didn't want to like pressure him to be like, we should start doing those because we talked about doing them for season 3.
Mm-hmm.
So I love how threatening. Yeah, 11 times ago, I love how threatening Lan is. He's just like the sword.
He's like, I will
comes out.
You.
Yeah, he's like, I don't care the consequences. You hurt Nynaeve, you will be down. So
I love how fucking scared
Lanfear is.
When she realizes that Moghedien is in the mix, she's like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. The crazy one.
I'm curious if because Moghedien can make gray men, can she make all the dark spawn, the shadow spawn?
I don't know.
Have they like totally? Did they give her all of Agonal's powers?
She's nuts enough that I feel like if she could do it, she probably would by now, just because she's an agent of chaos. But
she is. I mean, chaos is the least way to describe what Moghedien is like.
I mean, kind.
Laia Costa is just a genius.
Like, I never really thought much about Moghedien in the books. Like, she was very kind of like, I don't really care that much about Moghedien.
Scary at moments, like a big, good nemesis for Nynaeve.
Yeah, like the scene in the Panarch's palace where they face off, like that's great. But, unhinged Moghedien in the show is amazing, and I love it.
Someone said, I don't know if it was an interview or something, because I don't think she's done one, so someone else must have said this. But she was trying to think of someone to base Moghedien on in terms of like how crazy and unhinged she is. And she was just looking around trying to think of it. And then she looked at her 2-year-old and thought, who's more, unhinged and crazed than a 2-year-old?
Yeah.
So she based a good proportion of how Moghedien behaves.
I love that she based it off her kid. Like, oh my god,
2-year-old kid. And I'm like, perfection, So people are just joining. We are coming to the end of episode 1, folks. If you look at the time that's on my screen, I'll tell you that we are 58 minutes and 44 seconds into the episode so far. So, and then when this wraps up, we'll just decompress for a moment, and then we're gonna kick off to episode 2 at about 1:30. So at Eastern.
He basically proposes in this moment, and it's awesome.
Oh, he did. This gave me this, so I cried twice during this episode. One was when Ivan died, and this was the Ever moment. Now, I actually there was a few tears for Ivan. This was like a singular tear type moment, like very misty singular tear on the cheek. I felt very cinematic, unintentionally so. But I absolutely, this was like the last thing I ever expected to see.
I need to see every single angle of that ring. Is what I need.
Yeah. Like what Rapunzel's put in chat. Laia plays Moggy as an evil superpowered toddler. Terrifying.
Terrifying, yes. Yeah. Absolutely terrifying.
If you've ever read the Twilight books, they talk about making vampire children. And obviously, you know, when you become a vampire in Twilight, you don't change. So if you become a vampire when you're 2 years old, you
just stay that way. Only superpowered. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's like vampire children are...
Twilight certainly is a thing that happened, isn't it? I listened to the audiobooks of it when I was at work, like when they were like really a thing, and I just was laughing my ass off the whole time. Like, oh my God, someone wrote this and published it and people are reading it. Oh my God. And people think that Edward is like a dream boyfriend. No, he's not. He's terrible.
I mean, I was not to change the subject, but I was always Team Jacob instead of Team Edward. But Jacob's not.
Yeah, he was very cool.
Jacob's not great himself in a lot of his behaviors either. So like,
but you know, they're teenagers.
They're teenagers. This is true.
And it was the early aughts. It was a different time, a less enlightened time.
So, we have just completely skipped over Matt's joke about the White Tower,
which delighted me. I was delighted.
I know. Talk about fandom service,
it was like the writers listened to everybody talking about why does the White Tower look like a penis and 2 testicles, and they're like, we need to write that in somewhere.
Yeah, they clearly must have sat down the road and like, we need a cheeky joke for Matt here. Like we need to lighten the moment and be like,
penis Easter egg.
Yeah, for the fandom.
Easter
like they're always talking about this, you know. And then everyone's like, well, you know, surely at some point then we're going to get Matt seeing a map of Tar Valon and the river and all that, and he's going to make another joke, clearly. So, Radiant's like, Twilight here, Buffy at the Dusty Wheel, what is happening? Look, we're broadening our horizons.
Cultural touchstones. It's all connected.
So, and now we have Softly
and
from
now
the Shadows.
We have...
Oof. I'm okay with this change. It's creepy, but I'm okay with it.
So creepy, but yeah.
She's like offended by him.
She's just like, shut up.
Yes, let me tell you what you are thinking. Yeah, she's like, oh, here we go. The hour's in, and I thought I would have to adjust my screen to make up for the hour appearing. So let me tweak the setting, tweak the layout even, so you can see the time correctly. There we go. That looks better. Rosalina, yes. Do you want to save what, Chai-Jin? Jacob, yeah. I was like, I couldn't tell what she was saying in the cinema. I'm like, there's no subtitles. I can't understand what she's saying. There was so many things from episode 1 that I didn't pick up on because I watched with subtitles. But yeah, like we need to someone tag her on social media and ask her to like say that as like a sound bite.
That would be amazing.
And then the touching.
Yeah, so weird.
this is the cornerstone of being a Forsaken or the Chosen, depending on your point of view, and it is inappropriate. It's not even like sexual inappropriate touching. It's just inappropriate
No,
touching.
it's just
Like,
sort of like just unnecessary, inappropriate.
Yeah, like,
why are you doing this?
Stroking of the face, or like in her case, like,
fingers in the mouth. Like, that's not something that needs to be happening. So why?
Yeah. And that's it. That's episode 1 done. Like, oof.
Yay! Excellent episode.
Yes.
Well done, everyone. Round of applause.
Honestly, the best episode opener.
I just like. This show is so good. It's so fucking good. Like, I can't believe they canceled it because they're fucking stupid. And if nobody picks it up, I don't even know because it's so good.
Yeah, like,
it's so good.
It's insanely
good. If it were mediocre, and like obviously there are individual things, individual people take issue with, and you're gonna get that no matter what. But overall, it's so good.
Yeah, it really is.
I'm just like, I keep sort of like, okay, listen, Apple, you don't have a fantasy property, and I've heard you want one. This is the one. It's already started. It's, believe it or not, successful, built-in fandom, built-in audience. Like, you would be an idiot not to take this.
Yeah, it's just like insane opportunity sat here waiting for you. I mean, this was rated 8 on IMDb, so obviously the ratings will have settled and panned out. This has settled down as a rating 8.5 in IMDb. Okay, that is higher than all other episodes prior to it, except for episode 6 in season 2 and episode 8 in season 2. And 206 only beat it by 0.1. It got an 8.6, and this was an 8.5. And the season finale of season 2 got an 8.9. You know, like,
it's so like,
it is insanely stupid that it's been canceled. Like
if it hadn't been improving over time, like, I could see that, but every single season just keeps stepping up and getting better, and it's just like, for some reason, it didn't post on YouTube, but I said that I hope the people who made the decision to cancel the show are minorly inconvenienced for the rest of their lives.
Minorly inconvenienced.
Just random minor inconveniences that makes their life slightly less pleasant. I just hope that they get that for the rest of their lives, because that's what they've earned.
Well, we have done a few crazy things this week. If you're not familiar, things I would have recapped at the beginning had technical difficulties not technically difficulted me. But sorry, that felt really fun to say.
It was great, and I loved it, and I love you, and it was great.
I love you too. I'm just trying to see why your comment didn't post, and I can't see it as.
I didn't even say any bad words or anything.
No, very bizarre. But this week on Tuesday, we had a flyover. I did an impromptu live stream for it, actually, because we were all tracking the plane on like a radar tracking app over LA. We were all like looking at small airplanes at like the smaller airports and trying to find one that was going to taxi at the right time and if it would follow. And then we eventually got the code for the flight number from Omar. He managed to get it and he shared it. And so we were like following the plane as it flew up. And
oh my God, that's awesome.
Yeah, it did 47 and a half loops around the studios in Culver City where Amazon is based.
I love that. Yeah, apparently Sarah Nakamura, I think, posted a photo that somebody sent her from the Amazon offices of it.
Yeah, so someone contacted Sarah and was just like, oh, there is a plane flying around the studios right now doing this. And like a few minutes before she posted that on social media, I had a contact reach out and be like, oh, I just had someone from Amazon tell me that this is happening right now. So like the execs are aware, like the execs know that there is a plane flying around this studio right now.
Good. I hope they know that we're fucking pissed. We are angry with you. I'm going to stand up
No worries.
My butt hurts. There we go.
Oh,
There we go.
do we have an adjustable desk?
It's not the whole desk. It's one of those adjustable like stands, like desk monitor stand things. I got it when the pandemic started and they closed my office, and they're like, yeah, you're going to be working from home for the foreseeable future. So here's $1,000 to kit out your work at home space. And I was like, sick. I didn't need it, but I did get the thing because we had standing desks in the office, which was really nice. So
nice. I love that. Arosa, we don't know about any of the other studios. I mean, I assume they saw it. Like, if a plane circles your studio 47 times, you're gonna notice it.
Somebody's gonna bring it up.
Yeah,
it's gonna make it up the chain. I have to
be like, did you see that plane? Like, someone's gonna be like, Wheel of Time. Google it. It's water cooling talk.
You've angered the nerds.
Yeah,
you've made them angry.
You have. And then that was Tuesday, and later on Tuesday in Sao Paulo, billboards went live. These are printed billboards. They'll be up for a month, I believe, on a major street, like a really busy intersection in Sao Paulo, which is just really cool. And it's in Brazilian, or whatever language is appropriate, as Spanish, Portuguese. I'm not sure. I apologize.
In Brazil, it's Portuguese.
Portuguese. Okay, so it's in Portuguese. Yeah. Which obviously is very, very cool. And then on Wednesday we had billboards go up in New York City in 2 different spots, and then they went up in London, and then I want to say Thursday or Friday, I think the billboard went up. These are digital billboards, went up in LA, and then there is, does it start next week? A static giant billboard outside the Culver City studios that we picked because it's actually the one the execs drive past every day to enter Culver City studios.
Oh my God, that's awesome.
All the execs will drive past this static billboard, and it will be up there in their face for a month.
I feel like that's a level of petty that is just chef's kiss. That is,
yeah. So
that's good.
I mean, it's up there with Lada, who spent her yearly Amazon Prime money on buying a billboard in Times Square that literally said, I could have spent this money on my annual Prime subscription, but they canceled my favorite show, so here we are. And then save the wheel of time or something like that,
Oh my God, that's amazing.
That went up like the week before last or something.
I love that.
Joe, I'm not sure exactly where the Sony execs are. I know there's a few studios there. So I think the Sony studios are there as well, potentially not. Don't quote me exactly on that. I think the Apple studios might be somewhere else, but they're noticing us. And we have happening very, very soon next week. I think the details have been posted out potentially. I'm not 100% sure, but we have a mobile billboard going around the Comic-Con that's happening this weekend or tomorrow, and then in Australia. And then we have the mobile billboard going to like Sydney Harbour and Bondi Beach, which are 2 like major spots in Sydney. And literally a person walking around wearing the billboard as well, who's going to go to the Australian Amazon studio offices and walk around out front of their offices. Literally, someone is going to wear the billboard and walk around.
They are walking in the light. Oh, that's amazing.
Yeah, so it's a good week. It's a good couple of weeks for the movement.
I feel like sometimes I regret the internet. Not often, but sometimes I feel like it was just a bad idea. But at times like these, it's like, I'm so glad we have the internet, because if we didn't, first of all, I wouldn't know any of you people, which would make my life less wonderful. But then, we can come together and do this. It's actually doing something. You know, it's like it's almost like a coordinated effort towards something gets results. It's weird.
Almost. So Rosa, thank you. Rosa's been great, particularly with the helping of the writing of letters and things like that. So if you go to
I need to do that.
SaveWoT.com, you'll see that there's an action piece where you can send letters to the studios. So postcards, some people are sending books, things like that. And apparently Amazon, Sony, and Apple are all in the Culver City studios. It might just be on that street, but they are very, very close. It's Netflix and Peacock that aren't. So the flyover went over Amazon and Sony and Apple studios, like, or at least close by to those, definitely over Amazon. And if it didn't fly over Sony and Apple, it flew like, you know, on their street. So yeah. And as Rapunzel said, people are also sending copies of books to the executives and studios. So yeah, we tried. I think someone's like, there was a local book, like a local book app you could use where they would like, you know, it would connect you to a local bookstore and it would send it. And I think those ones didn't make it. So they got, I think, offered to like send other places or donate to charity, things like that. But the few folks who had no choice but to order through Amazon because it was the only way they could do it. They were ordering from places where they couldn't do local bookstore stuff. Apparently those ones got delivered. So we're like, you can send, we're spamming them with Wheel of Time stuff in effect, which is just
that
amazing,
is spectacular. God, I love this fandom.
We are an awesome fandom. Yeah, we're very, very powerful.
It's we're amazing.
Yeah. All right, I think it might be time to start up episode 2.
All right, I'm going to post about it on social media.
Yeah, so get episode 2 queued up, folks. Remember, we will be watching the preview of like what happened last time and all that sort of stuff. And hopefully, if you're forced to watch with adverts and that, the timer will keep you caught up with things. So, are you ready, Jess?
I am ready.
Okay. You're going to press play in 3, 2, 1, play. There we go.
Here we go.
So. I like what Rapunzel says. We are statistically the prettiest and the stubbornest.
She said pettiest, although we are also the prettiest. We are the best looking. We are the best looking fandom.
We are the best looking fandom. We are unreasonably
good looking.
Unreasonably good.
Just like the cast of the show.
They are, aren't they? It's ridiculous.
I'm this like 3-season hate crime against bisexuals and pansexuals everywhere. They're all so good looking. It's not fair. It's not right. I'm bisexual panicking constantly. Constant state of bisexual panic while I'm watching this show.
I mean, you know, there's not many moments that make me question my, you know, because I'm heterosexual. But like, there's not many moments in my life that have ever gone like, okay, maybe. You know, I dare.
Oh, you're saying there's a chance?
Well, you know, anyone who watched Captain America: Civil War and saw Chris Evans on the
America's ass.
No, Chris Evans on the helicopter, holding the helicopter.
Yeah.
I dare anyone to look. I mean, it wasn't sexually attractive to me, but there was something I was like, I am so drawn to him right now, and I cannot.
It's sort of like just.
It's insane appeal.
Sort of raw masculine beauty.
Yeah, it wasn't. There was nothing. Yeah, it was just he wasn't doing it to flex or do anything. He was just like, I out of need, I am being this strong. You know, and like Ernest, who plays Mr. I'm in love with the dragon, I become the prophet. Massima. You know, the guy who plays Massima. Like,
why did you make him hot? He's not supposed to be hot.
Hot Sima is just ruining everybody.
It's not supposed to happen.
Okay.
We're not supposed to like any part of him.
So true. So
he's supposed to be greasy and gross, and we're supposed to not like him. And now he's hot. What have you done?
Yeah. Did you like the Game of Thrones style kill everybody season 2 opener? Episode 2 opener.
You want to know what? It's weird to say like,
Did you
for something like
appreciate
that.
it?
But yes, I actually thought that it was a good move because,
Okay.
like, I don't know, they made her ruthless. I like that they made her ruthless.
It is. It's certainly a choice. It's not a choice I dislike. It was an unexpected choice.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
definitely unexpected.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I fully expected that she was going to be, you know, gregarious in the grace that she was extending to these people and what have you. But, you know, it's very much.
It really does feel like, you know, I don't know how to word it. Like, I think if they were all going to die, I would have expected her not to forgive them.
To do what?
Not to forgive them.
I gotta turn it down again.
Yeah. I mean, Olivia, come on, you know. What is there not?
Yeah, I mean, in like Rapunzel says, Morghese didn't win the succession war with smiles. Like, this was a war. This was a war of succession, and what these people did was they committed treason, basically. In retrospect, I guess. But like, I think I like that they illustrated that Morghese will do whatever is necessary to secure the throne, not just for herself, but for her daughter. So
she ruthless, which really gives you a different outlook on Elaine, because Elaine has that sort of strength and dedication without being, at least so far, that ruthless. You know?
Yeah, she hasn't needed to be that ruthless yet, and I think it's going to be interesting because when we get, again, manifesting, speaking positively, when we get to her own succession, I think that we're going to see her handle it differently, and it's going to be, I don't know, it's going to be cool. Yeah. I don't know, sort of like narratively, what kind of important thing it does, but there's Varen. Varen, I love you. I want to do a Varen cosplay. I wonder if I could put a Varen cosplay together in 3 weeks.
I reckon you could. I reckon you could I reckon you could do the shit out of that, sir.
My thing is I don't know where to get fucking
what has happened
anymore. Because I don't know where to get fabric anymore because Joanne Fabric went out of business, and so I don't know where you buy fabric. Yeah. It's the only place I've ever bought fabric except for the internet. And then Gabriel, also hot.
Charming as so charming.
So charming. And just
everyone's telling me the timer has stopped. It hasn't stopped, folks.
It's running for me in StreamYard.
Yeah, so if it looks a bit weird, it's because it's still doing the extra seconds, but I moved it so it picks up the hour when we hit the hour mark properly. So Nil says, just put on a brown hoodie. Done. Brown hoodie, get
works at a tech startup.
Get a wig with the white streak, and you're in, you know. So
and I'm in. Modern AU Varen.
Yeah.
Looks like a putz.
Oh, so it keeps freezing. I know. It must be because if I don't have the window like up properly, then
that would do it.
Yeah.
It's like you aren't on the window and it stops thinking.
Yeah, if I minimize it, it disappears. I gotta bring it up, I gotta leave it, and I gotta like not like cover it. So yeah. So it is running the whole time, folks. If I just don't have the window displayed properly on my laptop screen, it doesn't display on the virtual camera screen properly. So this would be so much easier if I streamed using OBS instead of StreamYard, but it would bring a different
OBS. Well, here's my thing. OBS is really hard to use. I consider myself to be intelligent, and I couldn't get it to work.
Once you've set everything up and you understand how it works, it's all the work is preloaded, and then once you've done the hard work and you've set it up, you're good to go. Whereas StreamYard is all like, I can do it on the fly in the moment type thing. And plus with StreamYard, I can give moderation power to other people within StreamYard, so like other people can do things for me, and that makes a big difference. So
yeah,
that's why I don't use OBS. But for a timer, I can't do that in StreamYard, so I do need to use OBS and virtual camera options in Spain. So the Queen of Hearts is still the only thing I can see with Morghese's outfit here. Like, off with their heads, you know, and it's
the first thing I thought when I saw it was like, okay, we are definitely pulling like late era Elizabethan inspiration on that.
Yes, absolutely. Which makes sense because Andor is meant to be, you know, like England is like the if it was a country in the modern world, or you know the recent modern world, then England would be the world that Andor is based upon, isn't it, or the country. So it makes sense that Sharon's pulled from that.
I can't wait to ask her about it.
Oh yeah,
it's like that's what she was going for.
I'm like low-key annoyed but also hilarious that in the WotCon schedule, the Valkyrie meme off is at the same time as Sharon's panel.
Oh, that sucks.
And I'm just like, okay. And I looked, and one of the other panels was also something absolutely amazing. And I was like, so I'm like a joint third in this list right now. But I'm going to play it like we did when Guy Roberts' panel was next door last year, and Valkyrie meme off was happening. We started the panel. I was like, right, okay. Firstly, thank you all for coming to this panel as opposed to going to, say, Guy Roberts' panel that's happening right now, literally in the next room. I appreciate you all being here and having fun with us. That makes me feel really good. And to show that appreciation, we need to be really fucking loud and like cheer and make a lot of noise so everyone in that room kind of feels bad for not being in this room right now. So, so I'm hoping Sharon's panel is next door to the meme off this year, and then we can scream and
be loud.
Yeah, like be really loud and just have everyone be like, "Oh God, I kind of wish I was in that panel."
Yeah, I really wish I'd gone over there. Shit.
Yeah. So, Max is right. I love this. I was going to bring this up a second ago, and then the panel stuff came up. It looks like her head is nestled inside a giant tulip or something. Yes, she is the literal Rose of Andor. It's such a great little piece that she's thrown in there. So, and the Waygate. Oh my God, I finally fell in love with Waygates. I don't think I hated Waygates.
Yeah, when they did this, I was like, yeah, this is what it needed to be.
Yeah. You know, I'm fine with the way Aes Sedai use Waygates, but like, now this is how
the way I lost my shit when he put the leaf back, like, lost my mind.
Yeah. And yeah, you are right, Cutie Pie. Like, the music in this episode is brilliant. So, Nils is going to be memeing and yelling with me. Thank you.
Yay!
I mean, there are a lot of hard choices at WotCon in terms of the panel, so I understand, you know, if you can't watch things live and you go back to watch them back later on the virtual experience. But you know, I do at the same time. I feel quite lucky that I managed to see some of Sharon's stuff when we did the set visits, because I'm just like, okay, I don't, you know, I am missing out, but I'm not. Like, I've also been very, very lucky, and you know, have had an experience, you know, around that already. So. Yeah, I don't begrudge anyone who picks costumes over meme off at WotCon in a few weeks. So
yeah, I don't remember what's up against my 2 panels that I'm in, but I hope that I'm not sad I have to miss them because I'm actually doing one.
Yeah, it's fair. I got a question about Lawyer here for you. Do you think that, and we are like skipping ahead to thoughts about episode 7, but do you think that he is really underselling the longing right now, and that he ran off to basically, you know, sacrifice himself in episode 7 because he knew I've stayed out too long and I'm screwed?
I hadn't thought about that, but I would buy that for $1. Absolutely. $1 American dollar. You're welcome. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I could see him saying there's no setting close enough for me to get to anyway. But I mean, I do feel mostly like don't know. I would have to think about that to decide if that sort of, I don't know if the right word is cheapens, but sort of takes away from his sacrifice.
Yeah. I mean, like Raina said, I mean, Max agrees with me, but Rain says like he did look haggard this season, which I don't think was put in there to be like he's gonna die, but I think it was, put in there
like
to show the
not,
effects.
he was not well. Yeah.
So, I also don't like that. I like the boys. Like
I
don't
also like them, and I do not like that.
I don't like them the way I like, some of the others that I didn't want to like. But they are
no, they're like those guys that you hang out with because you don't really like them that much, but they're fun and like
and they have
they're funny, and so like you always have a good time when you're hanging around with them, like in a group, but you would never just hang out with them one-on-one because they're assholes.
Yes.
And you would never ask them to do anything for you because they won't. Like,
there we go. This
and they're rich, so they always buy,
They're rich, so they always buy. Oh. And now
they know they're assholes. They have to buy friendship. Like
they do a little bit, yeah. This channeling with Matt, there is some epic. The effects on the channeling this season are off the charts, but there is something just intrinsically beautiful about what's happening in this scene that I actually think this might be the most beautiful channeling in the entirety of Wheel of Time.
I think it's the detail of it and the way you see like how minute and pointed the weaves can get. And she's going into his head in 5 or 6 different spots, and then you can kind of imagine it like separating out and going around his brain. It's beautiful.
It is. Yeah, I remember I used it as my my thumbnail for the episode when I released my reaction, because I was just like, that is so beautiful. It can't not be used. It needs to be. So, and we get Reimer in this one as well, which is also great. I mean, who doesn't? I know a lot of people are like, how is Reimer like okay and not traumatized? And then I had to point out like, well, she was probably demanding for like half a day.
Well, yeah, she wasn't Damane for very long, and like time has passed, and also we don't know that she's okay.
Yeah,
like,
this is true.
She might just be not okay and still function.
This is so
like
true.
People still show up to work and they're not okay, but they're there and they're doing their shit because they have to. Like,
oh, I missed this. Max, where was this? So Max has just put in chat. I love that Rafe confirmed that they planned a scene that didn't make the cut where Reimer, Liane, and Varen were escaping to find Saladar there. It's evidence that they were planning the Raimanda merge. So Reimer was going to be Raimanda, and they were like, oh.
Let me tell you something. What I really need in my life is like the extended cut. What I need is for them to release like the Rafe cut of this with all of the shit that he wanted in there. Like the extended version of the Lord of the Rings only for this, because nice. That is really cool.
Yeah. Like do you know what I need them to release?
And it didn't make the cut, or did they like end up cutting it and not filming it at all?
I think I mean, that implies to me that they planned a scene that didn't make the cut. Implies to me that it was an initial scene.
Like they had written it, but it never.
Yeah, it didn't make the final. Because I know for season 3, they couldn't change what was written. Because season 3,
of the strike, right?
Because the strike, yeah. So season 3 was filmed. They filmed like the SAG actors before the strike happened, so that was done. Their scenes were done, and then for everyone else who was not SAG and because they're contractually were still required to do so, they're not SAG actors and such, were then filmed afterwards. But the writers couldn't be there because of the strike, and you can't change. Thank you, Jen Sedai, for this, by the way, my co-host on Three Wheeling, because she comes to us with this industry knowledge and it really helps. You can't, without the writer there, you can't change what's written.
Really?
So if the scene is written a certain way, the director can't just be like, nah, screw that, I'm going to film this. Like, the writer has to approve the changes. That's
really interesting.
Yeah, you can only change it if it is like, there's a risk to the actor's safety or something like that. So, for example, we're filming on a beach. We need to catch it between tides, and there's an unexpected riptide in this moment. We can't film it right here, which is what is written in the scene. So we have to move and film it somewhere else for safety reasons. That's the only time you can change the scene in effect to make it safe. Yeah.
I love learning about this stuff.
Yeah, honestly, that's like
the industry is just so weird. Like, look at her. She's supposed to be looking at more gays. She might not even be looking at more gays. She might be looking at a bag or something.
Yeah, maybe Olivia wasn't there when they were filming.
You have to be like emotional at something. But like, it's so weird to me coming from a theater background where like the idea of having to like emote when you don't have another person to like
react from,
feed off of.
Yeah.
Like, it's crazy to me. Also, loving that they're finally doing sword forms. Like, I waited so long for the fucking sword forms, and it makes me really happy.
And it's so cinematic the first time we see it here.
I know. This show is beautiful. It's like beautifully shot. It's just freaking gorgeous. Like,
and there's something really subtle about this when Rand is doing those extra moves just then, and Lan doesn't move and just sort of stops him when he's like, "Hey, tell me what you're thinking," and such. If you actually think about it, Rand is swinging a sword around Lan, and towards him, and Lan doesn't move. Doesn't stop his arm because his sword's coming towards her or anything like that. Literally just stops him to be like, "Okay, pause in that move right there. I want to say something."
Yeah.
It shows that Lan understands how much skill Rand has with the sword now. That he knows
That's a really good point. I hadn't thought about that.
He's going to perform.
Like, I know that you're not going
forms.
to disembowel me because you do actually know what you're doing now.
Yeah, you know how to perform these forms properly.
Yeah,
and I know that I can stand here and be safe as you swing it around me. And it's
I hadn't thought about that.
Yeah, a really subtle moment, at least for me.
This is why I love watching it with you guys because, like,
yeah. And the lantern music here is being played, apparently, according to Max. I don't have the sound up because I'm watching on my phone, folks. It's the only way I can make it work. Sorry.
I need to pay more attention to the music in this show because, like, I haven't, and it's excellent, and I really need to.
Yeah. Yeah, the music is just, it makes such difference. So... Avienda here she is just so good. Like they really do, they expand without adding anything to the story, like the legend of the Karakan. They make you really think about it because when you listen, hear it in the books initially, you read it in the books, you're just like, oh, okay, so like you'll get saved if you follow him, yay! And she really like points out like, but most of us won't be saved. But we're gonna do it anyway because.
But we're gonna do it anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
and doesn't mean I'm gonna enjoy it, and doesn't mean I'm gonna like it. Doesn't mean that I've all right, everything's pointing to say it's him. But that doesn't mean I have to be besties.
I would just like to pause for a moment and say, "Fuck off, the Czech Republic. Could you be more beautiful?"
So
what the hell?
This mountain scene, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
It's Slovenia.
Fuck off, Slovenia. Could you be more beautiful? What the hell?
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, if you know better, but I'm pretty certain these mountain scenes are Slovenia. Like
wherever the hell that is. Like,
yeah.
Are you kidding me? Look at your vistas. I hope you all appreciate your fucking vistas. I live in Wisconsin. We don't have vistas.
No, I mean, I've been to Wisconsin a lot. I have yet to have seen a vista.
Yeah, we don't really have vistas here.
So, it's, I mean, you have a great field.
And we have trees. We have good trees.
Yeah,
here.
Good trees. Yeah. I mean, you grow a lot of cheese.
Dells. We have, like, up by the Wisconsin Dells, we have those.
I've been to the Wisconsin Dells. Actually, I've been to the water park at the Wisconsin Dells, not the Wisconsin Dells.
Did you go to Noah's Ark?
I don't know. I'd have to check.
I bet it was Noah's Ark. I haven't been there since I was a kid.
It was a water park. I went like I was 29, so I went 11 years ago. So just aged to myself there, folks.
We're closer in age than I thought we were.
I turned 40 this year. I actually turned 40 on the Friday of JordanCon, which is why I was
birthday. Welcome to your 40s. It's not
Thank you.
decade.
It was why I was so bummed I couldn't make it, because obviously I share a birthday with Brian the Gleeman, who did not turn 40 on that one, but you know we're still reasonably close in age, and we were really bummed we couldn't have like a joint celebration, because it actually was on one of the days of JordanCon, and that doesn't usually, like, we're a couple days prior or post or something like that. Like last year, the year before, it was like the Monday was my birthday, you know, stuff like that. So
what day is your birthday?
24th.
I'm the 28th.
I feel like I remember this.
I think I knew that we were close together.
Yeah. So
I turned 46. So
I heard 36. And I don't think I look 46.
No,
I was going to say I might believe you said 36. I don't believe you saying 46. So
no, I am 46 years old. Like, yeah. I looked it up because I do this with actors that I like that I think are interesting, and I looked up Bjorn Landberg, and I am actually technically, I think I told you this, I'm technically older than him, and I'm like, oh, okay. So that's a thing.
I'm like, no discredit to Bjorn. Bjorn's a beautiful man.
Oh my god, he's gorgeous.
If I were into men, he would not be my taste. I will say that, but I can see objectively, he's a beautiful man.
He is 100% my taste. He's got this little fox thing going on, which is very much my taste.
If you told me, and I mean this in a nice way, if you told me he was like, you know, around 50, I'd have absolutely believed you.
I was thinking 50-ish.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, he's 45.
45.
45.
Okay.
And
people are talking about birthdays. Apparently someone thought I was like 30. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I'll take that.
I thought you were I thought you were mid-30s. I thought you were 35-ish. Somewhere in there.
I'll take that.
So you and me both, aging gracefully.
Yeah. Poor Joe. Joe, I'm so good.
That's a terrible birthday present.
On your birthday. And Alyssa was on vacation when it happened. Oh my god. Ruffle around. I'm sorry, folks.
Did they understand that they ruined lives?
I mean, I don't think they did. But Joe Berlin is going to come to Malkiricon, so that's we'll make you feel better. We're going to make you love August. Us and WoT Idol. Someday
I want to have enough money to go to Malkiricon.
It's going to happen. Actually, while we say that, I suppose at some point we'll get back to talking about the episode. We just realized we've had Lana and Maxim revealed.
We have not been talking about the episode at all.
Sorry, folks. I mean,
we're so good at this.
One of the purposes of this is to actually like encourage people to watch the episode and bring up numbers. But you know, we can't just sit here for an hour each time going.
I mean, that is true.
Like, we have to talk. So yes, Alana and Maxim, still don't think they were the two that the footprints and things outside the way gate, but that's just a different conversation. Totally forgot what I was going to say now. Oh yes, people have asked me about Malkiricon. Malkiricon will still happen. We've already booked it next year in Prague, and not for any other reason than just thinking long term, post 8 seasons. Sulin and I, Becky, who helps me run Malkiricon, had already planned what we might do post the full story. And so, should the worst happen. And I'm manifesting it won't, so don't worry. But should the worst happen, Malkiricon will still continue. We've already booked next year, and we have plans to enjoy Europe, basically. So
I love that.
Yes. But anyway, back to the episode. And Verin, your secret costume bestie.
The thing is I have a dress. It's blue, but it's similar in like the pleating. And the silhouette, so I could theoretically use that as a blueprint. It doesn't have the high collar, but that wouldn't be difficult. The blouse would be complicated with all of the pleats on the sleeve, but God, I love her so much.
She is very cool. I love the difference between Swan and Lana in this scene. Swan's wearing like just a top. It's pretty.
Yeah.
It's got detail. But she looks comfortable and relaxed.
Mm-hmm.
Leanne's just like,
she's fully kitted out, like,
woof, you know.
Yeah, she's 100% serving at all times. Well, I mean, she is Damani, so Damani women are like that.
This is true. It is hilarious.
Matt, you are a slob, sir.
He is. Pay attention
like
to
your room looks like that, and you think a girl is going to sleep with you? I don't think so.
But did you get what was happening in the scene where he's just like, she's like, you know, oh, like this? Oh, it's you know, it's really big, and he's like, yeah, try 2 hands. Yeah, just like that. Did you pick up on that? I didn't pick up on that. You know, you know. I'm just like, I'm surprised he didn't say like, now try blowing on it. You know, like
put your mouth right there.
Yeah, put your mouth on it. You know, like I'm surprised he didn't have anything like that. You know. Yeah, I really did not pick up on the innuendo there. He is cheeky. But I think everyone appreciated some shirtless Donal.
Yeah. I was a little bummed that the quarterstaff fight didn't happen here.
Really? Okay.
With the audience, I would have liked it if it happened there, but like it was great regardless. But
I think there was something. I think for me that Max is right, by the way, saying cheeky indeed when they're like, "Oh, princes," does confirm that Matt is bi. I think.
Oh yeah, if Matt Cawthon is not a certified bisexual disaster, then I don't know what one is.
Or at least fucking pansexual or something. No, he's well into women no matter who. So.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, very much.
Yeah.
I mean, he might be a little sort of Captain Jack Harkness. You know, he'll bang anything if it's gorgeous enough.
Yeah. I think it depends when we get future Matt in future seasons, see how he is with like the women who run different bars and pubs and things like that, you know. That might be it. I mean, yeah, okay, Max, released into having other men in his group sex encounters, which is something between hetero and bi. Yeah, I mean that fits, yeah. Anyway, what was I going to say? So we like the shirtless, shirtless Donal. Are we appreciating shirtless brothers of Trakand variety? I
mean, yeah, I think.
I mean, Nynaeve's appreciating it.
She is. I think. I mean, they're objectively good looking.
They are.
They're just the worst.
The worst. Knuckles puts in Omni. Yeah, this. There we go. And Dana Luhu appreciates the Jack Harkness. Hasn't heard anyone that in a while, so yeah. He does have Jack Harkness vibes. You're right. I haven't even watched that show, and I know enough about Jack Harkness to understand everything about that comment. You know, that's how much that pervades into the the
zeitgeist.
Yeah.
Torchwood is an excellent show.
It is a good show. I have seen a couple episodes. It's very good. So, yes.
I need to rewatch. I haven't watched in a while. I also need to get caught up on Doctor Who. But I would like to really quickly, getting back to the show that we're actually watching.
Yes.
I love the little detail of her like using the power to lock the box on her desk. Like it's such a little detail, but it's just, I appreciated it.
It's an Easter egg for us. So Max wishes we got the payoff for the letterbox in this season.
What's the payoff? I don't remember.
Well, it's when they go into her room, and
in Teleron Riyadh.
No, when they go into her room in the coup, and they actually like shield her, And Elida's like, yeah, you've been disposed and that. And then they start rifling through her desk and they, she pops open the box and everything burns. And she's like, oh, you will pay for that, Yeah, I understand that. I think with how the coup worked out, there was just no way you could have fit that in, sadly. So
yeah,
I think,
it would have taken more time.
Yeah, there would have been like some sort of, you would have had to like drag her to Elida's study in that case. And then she would be using the study but hadn't changed anything, and that doesn't feel like Elida we have in the show, does it? So yeah. All right. Please tell me, I've asked other people this, I ask everyone, there's a lot of private important conversations had on this show in corridors. Have you noticed that? And if you have, how do you feel about it?
I was literally just thinking, if you're going to have a private conversation, don't have it in an echoey, winding corridor where there are corners that people could be standing behind. What are you doing? What are you doing? And Elaine at least is smart enough to know how she could cast like cone of silence or some shit so that nobody would be able to hear it, like what's going on inside. Like, because that she learned how to do shit like that. She read about it or she figured it out on her own because she's our little mad scientist over here. But like, no, they're just walking around hallways talking about the Black Aja.
Yeah, they are. And Max coming in with a few good points here. Firstly, we'll go back to the box. It could have been during the montage at the end. I mean, when the room is being changed out, that's possible. I'm not sure if people would have really got it though. But the Elida and Alviarin corridor conversation is canon. Yeah, RJ did this as well, and I appreciate. I was the same in the book. So just like, you're in a corridor, you're going to get overheard, So
yeah, it's like, okay, listen, we get that you want to do a West Wing walk and talk thing, but it's not good for keeping secrets.
Yeah, I mean, RJ did it first, but it's still not effective,
Not good for keeping secrets. You guys are doing a bad job.
I love it. Rapunzel's like, they don't have to it saves time and money. You don't have to decorate rooms. This is
fair
true.
Point.
Most of those doors don't have rooms behind them in the real set. Let's, we get this. It's still like,
Yeah.
It just
there's practicality there. I get it, but it makes the suspension of disbelief a little bit difficult, even for me, and I usually have no problem with that whatsoever.
Oh yeah.
Knuckles' mustache. Blind overconfidence, not in my White Tower.
So true. So true.
Knuckles, are you going to be at WotCon this year? Please say yes.
Yeah, folks, put a hand up in chat if you're going to be at WotCon, or if you're watching back. If you're watching back later, perhaps you're like, you know what? I'm going to watch the episode long later because I can't watch live, and I would love that if people were doing that. Yes. Perhaps you can't do 4 episodes at once. You're like, you know what? I'll do it over a few days and catch up. Please do. Throw a hand up in the comment section if you're going to WotCon, or in the chat if you go to WotCon. So, yeah, let's talk Two Rivers, because we basically haven't talked Two Rivers at all because we were gasbagging about other things for the first time we got there. I love this meet and greet moment. Where like Marin's like, we'll get you out, and he's like, nah.
He's like, nah, I'm gonna stay. I'm not a leader, but I'm gonna lead anyway. Parents, shut up, you're stupid. But I love that, like, I love those moments with Marin, because now you see where Egwene gets like her steel. Like she 100% gets that from Mom. It's great.
Yeah.
Yay, Knuckles is coming.
Yes. Jane Lou.
I hope that you're bringing Berry Lane.
Nils, Not All Wonder Lost, Max. Rosa is going to be joining virtually because they will be vacationing in Mexico. I love that. Yeah. Very, very cool. So. The torture scenes are done. Now, I want to be clear here. I don't appreciate torture. I don't think it should happen.
Oh, no. But you can appreciate when it's well done cinematically.
Cinematically speaking, the torture is well done, and it fits well into the dreams here. Especially when she's, Lanfear is dream banging Rand and dream torturing Egwene at the same time. You're just like, oof. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like, girl, you need therapy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so much therapy. Who else loves Lanfear's hair like that? I love it. It's super cute.
Meh. I've never been a massive Lanfear fan. I like her more in the show than I do in the books. Like, she plays an important part, absolutely. A lot of intrigue, a lot of different things. But I got a lot of crazy ex-girlfriend vibes in the books, as opposed to capable woman who has a hang-up about an ex.
Yeah, well, and I mean, it's like she's still giving kind of crazy ex-girlfriend while at the same time also being like, she's got depth, she's got layers. Like, this is something like, they've done with every character. I think really is they've really increased the depth.
Absolutely agree. Like, she's giving, like, I'm a badass CEO of a major corporation and I am knocking that out the park, but at the same time, I am
so hung up on my next boyfriend. I am going to put a bomb on his new girlfriend's car. Like,
exactly. Yeah. Like, you're holding CEO meetings and bombing stuff all at the same time. You know, like
like hiring a hitman on the dark web in between like board meetings.
Yes. She's probably hiring the hitman during the board meetings, you know?
I mean, let's be honest. You know, she's a multitasker.
So, a few more virtual attendees to WoTCon. So, Lottie and Alyssa. So, Alyssa, okay. Going virtually to WoTCon for social anxiety reasons. Maybe I'll work at the courage for next year to come in person. Oh, I appreciate that. It is tough to, you know, if you feel socially anxious to attend an event where there are, you know, a couple hundred people or so, or even just 50 people or 20 people. Like, I get that. So, yeah.
The moment with Bear.
Oh,
love it.
Bermise.
Bermise.
Bermise is what we nicknamed her.
Bermise, so. Love it. Yeah, that was so great. I was like, yes. Shit, what was I saying?
Something about social anxiety or something about Amis?
Oh, right. So what I will say is that WoTCon is a very small con. This year we're having, I think they're going to be about 270 people in person, which is extremely small compared to some other conventions. For instance, I go to Dragon Con every year, and that's 70 or 80,000 people. Yeah. So, and because it's all in one hotel, it's very easy for you to retreat to your own room if you need some decompression time and stuff like that. So, and everybody's really super friendly. You will absolutely find somebody to take you under their wing, and there will be an extrovert there to adopt you, I promise. And so, yeah, don't be afraid. We're very nice.
Yeah. You know, and you can absolutely say, I actually need to go and take a time out, and I'm just going to go to my room. I'll be back in an hour, 30 minutes, 2 hours. I need a nap, whatever it might be. And everyone's going to be like,
yeah, nobody's going to question that.
Yeah, no one's going to question me, like, no problems. See you when you feel ready, you know, whatever you need. Like, people are very.
And I mean, I get it. I am a friend / former boss just said that I Jess is an extrovert until she's not. So when my battery runs out, my ex-husband called it me turning into a pumpkin. So there will come a time when I will turn into a pumpkin. My battery will be drained, and I will probably need to go lay down for a little bit. Like, pretty much everybody gets it. So
yeah, I am an extroverted introvert. So I am very introverted generally in things until you get me around my people, and then I am extroverted AF. So, yeah, it's just how it is. So, Matt and Min, I love their relationship this season.
Like, that is the buddy cop movie we need and deserve. Like, I would watch a spinoff series, just them doing whatever.
Me too. Like they are, the two of them must be just like friends generally, because they have that, like the actors must actually be friends because
They've got that kind of chemistry.
They do have that chemistry. I love your keyboard.
I'll go quieter.
You're fine.
Slow and quiet.
You're okay, folks. Jess has tortured herself when editing Avalon After Dark podcast because she got one of the very tactile, clacky keyboards.
It is a very satisfyingly clicky keyboard, but my mic picks it up like gangbusters. So yeah, when I'm editing TV, it's like I'm in hell, because if I sit down and I'm like typing something, or if I'm searching for something or whatever while we're talking, and it's just like clickety, 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 click, and I'm like, I am a monster.
It's great fun. So Elaine, and
this is such a great moment, like drinking with stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
And you would never know that she had never actually met him before in her life.
Yeah. It's the two of them just nailed this scene, her and Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I actually can envision the two of them just going drinking, and turning up to the, the important event, half
already
cut.
sloshed.
Yeah. And mom's just being like, "You're late. Oh, I'm sorry, dear."
It's like,
I was rounding up. I was just rounding up Elaine for you,
darling.
I found her in. Yeah,
I was just having a little drink with my stepdaughter.
Yeah, we were bonding, and I found her in the wine cabinets, and it took longer than expected to get her here.
It took longer than expected, darling. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Yeah. Like, I can fully see that happening. If you took aside, if you took away his,
being
evil,
horrible person, yeah.
If this
were actually real, if this were a real thing, yeah.
If 100%. Gabriel were the real person, then absolutely. The two of them would be thick as thieves, and it would drive Morgaze mad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's like, if I had known, I never would have married your ass.
Yeah. And Dana's right. This is a great example of the show giving us a scene which never happened that gave us so much. This really does. It gives us exposition. It gives you, an insight into Gabriel, to Ravi, whatever you want to call him. It gives us, it demonstrates his skill. It just
Max
so many
has
different
a really
things.
Good comment about it as well. The best compulsion gets the victim to fill in the blanks for themselves.
Yes.
Which, yeah.
It's like, what's the thing they say? All the best lies contain truth.
Mm-hmm.
I've misquoted that, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah. So, it's crazy. And I really, do you know what? It was the drinking and how casual they were. And I'm like, how is this so much between these two? How are they acting like they've known each other for decades?
Uh-huh.
When he's a Forsaken and she's meeting him for the first time.
Yeah.
And that's when it clicked in. Oh, he's using a wild level of compulsion. And then suddenly I'm like, oh, that's why when he arrived in the tower, everyone was like, oh, Gabriel,
Yeah, there's that pause and then it clicks all of a sudden.
Yeah, the drinking was when I clicked. This scene
with Swan and Matt.
Oh, my God.
It's so good.
So funny. This is it's not an underrated moment or a scene in the season, but I think if you got people to list memorable scenes in season 3, this would be mentioned, but not anywhere near as much as it should be mentioned.
Yeah. It, the way that she knows exactly how to talk to him to get him to be like, oh, okay. Yeah. No.
and he believes that she, when she's like, and you would never use it against the novices or get your photo done or anything like that.
Yeah, he's like, oh no,
no, and he's like, no.
I would never.
He, like Max has said, I can humbly confirm that what you say is factually correct. It's a great line.
It is a great line. A great line delivered impeccably.
Oh, so impeccably. But yeah, like he believes that she actually doesn't know that he's been banging novices, and getting his portrait done and flashing it around, and he's like,
he thinks he's sneaky.
Yeah, and he's not. Like,
and also, like, she's the Amerlin C. She knows everything. She knows everything that happens in that tower. Like,
he's as sneaky as a brick to the face.
Yeah,
like
yeah, subtle as a bulldozer.
Yeah, and then this Uncle Huan line, like, just because he's taking that just like, okay, yeah, fine, I get it, I'm a nobody, and she's trying to be like, I can see who you really are, that you're hiding, and it reminds me of the moment when Moraine in season 2 says to Lan, you were never my equal, and she means because I am your lesser.
You've always been my better.
Yeah, and he doesn't take it that way. Right now, he's being like, yeah, okay, I know I'm a nobody, or I'm stupid, or I'm dumb, and she's being like, no, I can see the reluctant hero, It is perfectly done. Gabriel, Rafi enjoys playing Gabriel. There is something like that was, like, he sort of like touches the lady on the arm, like, it's okay, tell her what we talked about, he's supportive, like, it's like he actually cares.
Yeah, he is like grade A sociopath.
Yeah,
like A+ sociopathy happening here, bud. Well done, good job.
Yeah, kudos. I'm glad he didn't die in season 3. Like, if we had to lose a Forsaken,
I think Samael's fine.
Yeah, and Samael, I love Samael, like the accent, the delivery of the lines that we see in episode 3. He's like, well, you'd lay down and just, like, let him put his feet on you if he just said rug. Like the way he delivers it is, he's even just like the chin's out a bit like rug. Like, it's so good.
It's very good.
But if they were like, one's dying this season, who's it going to be? I think we would have been like, do you know what's going to be Samael?
Yeah. It's like he has kind of an inauspicious end in the books too.
Yeah.
Sort of. He gets eaten by fog.
He did eaten by fog. This is true. He does. So, this scene between Elaine and Morghese is great. I think they very easily could have fallen into the trap of, like, this is right, I'm going to do it, the tower needs this, or blah, 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 because that's what Morghese assumes, but it very smoothly pivots to a, I am my own person, and you, like, I need you to respect me, Mum, without her being a little madam about it, like,
like she's not pitching a fit like, you don't understand me, Mom. This is very much a conversation now between two adults, a parent and a child, but still two adults, and possibly the first conversation that they've ever had like that. And the way Elaine is putting her foot down firmly but
respectfully,
not, like, it's firm but not pitching a fit, like, and like Morghese should be so proud in this moment of the woman that she's raised, because she's going to be an excellent queen. She
is. The maturity she's showing is far more than you like. We've already said, they've aged them up in the show compared to the books. But there's something, it makes you like Elaine even more. And for me, like, Elaine is, she's not in fact, out of the three, out of Elaine, Egwene, and Nynaeve, she is my favorite of the three girls, but she was never just like, oh my God, I need to read more Elaine scenes, but I watch the show and I'm just like, what is she?
Yeah, it's like, I really need to see more Elaine because she's amazing.
Yeah. So it is kudos to them, because good writing, great acting. Like it all really pulls together. So, yeah. There is something
like, why you're training with Rand, and it's like there's nothing else to do. I didn't bring a book. Like, do you see an AMC movie theater around here?
Yeah,
there's nothing to do, man.
I can't
train with the sword or pick my nose. Come on.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi doesn't extend out here, girl. Come on, you know, like
I got terrible signal. I can't play my phone games. I can't get on Discord. What do you want me to do?
Yeah, I can't check out, you know, what all my favorite Wheel of Time YouTubers are doing. So
I go on Twitter and none of the photos load. Like,
but yeah, it's there's something about, and I just can't get over. There's something about Rosamund Pike leaning back on rocks in this scene that is like so casual and relaxed, but the way that a cat is casual and relaxed when it lays down.
Yes. Yes, that is actually a perfect way to describe it, because in a split second, she will straight up murder you.
Yes. You know, and I just
like Moraine will absolutely murk a bitch. She does not. She will do what she has to do.
Yeah, this is true. This is what she would do.
I think we need to take a moment to like appreciate Elida.
Yeah, sadly, I think we do need to.
Yeah, we need to do some Elida appreciation, because she's like
sure is amazing.
Yeah, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, not Elida as a character, but Shora as Elida, I guess is what I mean. Like,
yes, I'll accept that one.
here is another like thing that makes the cancellation of this show criminal, that we don't get to see more Elida.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah,
that's not cool. It's not fair. It's not right.
Absolutely, it is.
The universe is out of balance, and it needs to be fixed.
It really does.
I'm looking at you, various streaming services.
Come on, Tim Cook, you have the Tim Cook. I will switch to Apple.
All right? Literally, I have.
This is an Android. I have used Android my entire life. I
hate iOS so much. I will never, ever, ever, ever use an iPhone. I can't stand it. I got an iPad. I tried so hard. I don't know why. I just don't like iOS. I tried, but I just don't. But
I'm not going to get an
I don't have Apple TV. I have no reason to get Apple TV. But if you pick up the Wheel of Time,
I will buy the shit out of Apple TV.
I will get the biggest subscription that you have. $50 a month? Fine. Fuck it. I will buy it.
Yes. Yeah.
Shut up and take my money, for God's sake.
Also, can we just appreciate like the shots of the? I mean, we just missed it, but like the shots of the waist that are appearing in this,
so good.
We're just panned around. I'm just like, oh my god. And then Avi storms in, angry as fuck. Who did you tell?
And then it's like, oh shit, where did they come from? And there's still probably like 50 of them hidden in the rocks.
And here comes Bermise.
Here she comes.
And then everyone's new boyfriend.
Like, I don't want to be one of those people who really creepily thirsts after somebody because it's not right. He's a human being, but good God.
I mean, Daniel Henney appreciates how much we all thirst on him. When he read those land traps, did you not read? He read Land Traps, the first Land.
Oh, did he really?
I
think I missed that. How did I miss that?
All right, 1 second. I'm going to change setup when the episode finishes, folks. And I'm going to I took sound bites from him reading those thirst traps. I mean, maybe I can actually find them and play them in between, because they are ridiculously he's something else. Is that it? There we go.
That's it. Fucking.
All right. Let me.
I want to see more Bear, but Bermise. Is it Bermise or Bermise?
Bermise is how we've been saying.
Bermise. Okay. I want to see more Bermise because. Oh, stop! I don't want to watch episode 3 yet. Stop. Shut up.
I need to scroll through and see if I can find it because him reading he read
Like
thirst trap comments from Twitter basically.
that is hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh. Well, and okay, so I was looking through Bjorn Landberg's like his reels, like his highlights.
Oh yeah.
And they were just running, and it went back to like this really old one, and it like the caption was disco in the bathroom, and he was speaking in German, and so I couldn't understand anything that he said because I don't like I'm a classically trained vocalist, so I took diction, so if you put a page of German text in front of me, I can read it probably more or less accurately. No comprehension whatsoever. I don't speak not a word. I can count to like 3.
Right.
And I know how to say the pencil. But anyway, so but then I got the word disco, and then it was like there was a ceiling fan or something that was like passing the light above, and then he starts doing like a trap like beatbox thing. And I laughed. It was funny.
That is funny.
Like, okay, disco in the bathroom.
Well, I have found the land trap video. So this was put on Twitter as well, but I'm gonna put up the Instagram one because that's what I've got.
I'm so excited.
But yeah, let me know if you don't hear the sound of this. 1 second.
Oh, we need volume.
So I'm gonna read a few of these.
We'll start that again.
Okay.
So I've been informed that there are things called land traps. So I'm gonna read a few of these. Land Mandragoran is my baby girl. I don't give a fuck. Baby girl. I think you would take issue with that. I gotta be honest. Starting season 2 of The Wheel of Time, and damn, Land Mandragoran is just too pretty. Thank you. Land Mandragoran, you beautiful warder. I'm sure you're referring to the hot tub scene where you saw Land's ass. Land Mandragoran needs me. Land's only got 2 women in his life, Moraine and Nynaeve. And there's a picture of me, and it just says, I need a moment.
So, I know, it's great, right? So I took sound bites of that, and forgive me, folks, because the look of the thing is going to change because I need to switch over the threefold talk. So forgive while the background changes and such. But I made clips of that for good fun. So, for example, we have Butt Rock. It's a thing on threefold talk. I took his sound and did this.
You're referring to the hot tub scene where you saw Land's ass.
And then we didn't use Land, but we used the soundbite to do other moments where it's like,
I don't give a fuck.
And
I need a moment.
And the last one, and I think my image choice here is really good.
Is my baby girl.
So accurate. So accurate.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I don't know how I missed that. I have been extremely disconnected the last year. I need to get my shit together. But yeah, that's fucking hilarious. Oh my God.
I know. It's very
land traps.
Yeah.
Well, and I will reveal that I had been working on an entry for WoT Idol, and I think I'm changing, and it is going to be a Ruark centric.
Nice.
A Ruark centric piece. So
I approve.
I hope y'all like Duran Duran is all I'm saying.
I no, download the Adelaus I don't give a fuck is my favorite. Yeah.
Adelaus openly thirsting it's so good.
It's the best. All right, so people want a link to that one. He's talking in my ears. 1 second. Here, let me copy that and I'll put that in the chat. So you can enjoy that, folks. So yeah, that was posted on, I believe that was posted on Twitter as well. But yeah, it is just absolutely hilarious. How it cannot be loved, I don't know. So
oh God. Who do you have coming on for episode 3?
Joe from Takarama should be joining
Yay!
in theory. So he should be turning up in the next 10 minutes or so. It's all in theory. Like, the reason I didn't announce who's coming tomorrow is because it does depend on travel schedules lining up, if I'm honest. And they may come late.
You need to DM me and tell me. Because we're
I mean,
friends. We're road tripping. You've slept in my house. You
I
should
have.
tell me.
Okay. I mean, are you ready to pay attention, folks? Because I'm going to send it to her via DM now. Just need to see Jess's face right now.
Opening Discord. Oh! Oh God! I hope he can. Oh my goodness! I hope he can. Oh,
I know,
that'd
right?
be so good.
I know, right?
Oh, that'd be so good.
And
I hope so.
Let me tell you when as well. There we go.
It's awesome being friends with the host. Oh, perfect. Oh.
I know, right? Absolute perfect. So if the timings work out,
God.
that's when they would appear.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
But if it,
that's so good.
But if it doesn't work out, I do have a guest already for that segment. Kylie will be joining me. Yeah, she's tried to join a few of these and like timings never worked out. And I was like, I suppose you're through on Sunday at like this time. And she's like, I actually am. I was like, perfect. So yes, she'll be joining me. Have fun. But yeah, hopefully, I hope you enjoyed that tease.
Yeah, that was a tease. Now y'all have to tune in and watch because you have to know. And I know, and you don't.
I mean, there are two other people who are like, hey, if I'm randomly free, I'll hop on. One you would know and one you wouldn't know. But you know, I'm not.
If it's not Bjorn Landberg, I don't care.
We already said earlier Bjorn's not available.
I know.
Weekends. Yeah.
That's what I was telling myself as I was going to look at the thing you said because I'm like, I know it's not going to be Bjorn Landberg. He couldn't come.
Yeah. Arosa, yes. If they are unable to make it for whatever reason, I will let you know who was going to try and turn up and be here. I think if the issue works out that they can't be there for when we want them to be there, it will be because they come later. So you know, it's still possible. I'm manifesting good things, so that's what I'm doing. But yeah,
we just gotta manifest all the positivity.
The positivity. I really enjoyed just seeing your face there when that message got to you. Like that was very entertaining for me.
I'm glad that you enjoyed it.
Joe already knows who it is because Joe. I told the people that were doing like the billboards and stuff. Like we have a central space for like sharing all the information for like here's how the website's going, here's how the GoFundMe was going, here's how the billboards are going, all those sorts of things. So we can coordinate different things. And I told them when I did this, and I tried to reach out to folks to join for the episodes and such. I was like, look, I've asked everyone I can possibly ask, and a few people that I probably shouldn't ask, but I've asked them anyway. You know, and then like half hour later, I was just like, well, Sharon said yes. You know, and then the next day I was just like, and this person said they could likely make it, you know, and I was just like, so yeah, Joe already knows who it is. But it's gonna be great fun.
It's gonna be great fun.
Joe should be turning up fairly soon. What did he say he was doing? I think he said he was like doing traveling himself. A lot of traveling going on recently.
Yeah, where is everybody going?
I don't know.
Oh, it's the summer. The weather's nice. We're gonna go places. What?
This is true. That? I don't know. People who enjoy going outside and things.
People who enjoy living their life.
Yeah.
Overrated.
Okay. So Joe is working. And said should hopefully be done by then. So yeah, I love this. You can tell us, we won't tell. You miss 100% of the guests you don't ask.
That is so true.
Do you know what?
That is true.
That's how we got Bjorn Landberg to do voiceover work for 3 Thought Talk, because I asked, you know?
I cannot believe.
Is it Jennifer Chong Garcia, Mini Min Min?
Oh, so a fun thing that I think I can probably say, because it's not anything like committed, but we did get a DM on the WoTCon Instagram from Jen Chong Garcia, who said that, you know, if we ever need an Aes Sedai, we should hit her up. So that was pretty cool.
That was very
apparently cool. Also, they know that WoTCon exists.
I mean, how can they not know
that WoTCon exists? But like, It's just the idea that these people who make this thing that is so amazing that we love so much knows who any of us are is bizarre to me.
They know us. They love us. We're
They should
awesome.
love us.
We're the
We're
best.
lovable.
We are statistically the best.
And we're very cute. We are statistically the best, statistically the most cute.
Yes. I very much agree with this. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, look at us. Duh. Adorbs.
Adorbs.
Totes adorbs.
So yeah.
So Rob and I will be carpooling along with Master of the Deck to WoTCon. And I'm not a big deal. I am just me. Neil said that I am a big deal. I'm not a big deal.
Big deal. I hope I'm pointing the right way there, by the way, because it looks like to me I am.
Not on my screen, you're not. You're pointing at someone else. But
big deal. Look.
But
big deal.
I made a playlist.
Big deal.
Hey, now I'm all by myself. This is my channel now. Suck it.
That has happened once or twice. Like everything's crashed, and I've just left people, and they're like, "Oh, I guess this is my show now."
Like, okay, it's just gonna take over, and it's the Jess show now. You're welcome. Yeah, I made that playlist on Spotify. Have you added anything to that playlist, sir? I don't believe you have.
No.
Shame.
I have not. Look, I'm waiting till the last moment to flood it full of Ed Sheeran tracks.
We're gonna hit shuffle on that fucker and just get whiplash for 8 straight hours.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain.
I'm gonna
some of the stuff that Kayla added. I was like,
I'm gonna fill it with Tibetan throat singing. I don't know.
That's just amazing.
I wonder what Joe thinks. Joe, what should we put on the road trip playlist that Jess, Master of the Deck, and I will be listening to on the way to WoTCon?
Just play Whiplash from Metallica over and over again. Yeah.
Well, what's really funny is that I was like going through and I was adding a bunch of tracks. And so like, and the Kayla was adding stuff at the same time. And so it was like Hall & Oates, Slipknot. Like,
I'm just going to put in stuff from like the 1940s, you know, like.
Oh.
Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. But yeah, I have this whole complex plan put together because we have in previous years tried to just live stream like from my phone, which we're also using for the map. And it doesn't work all that well. So what my plan is, I'm going to have my laptop, which I'm going to plug in with an adapter that I got for like the 12-volt adapter for my car so that I can keep it plugged in. I'm going to put an actual webcam up and I'm going to use my phone as a Wi-Fi hotspot. We're actually going to stream from my laptop so that I can just use my phone for music and maps and it doesn't overheat. So that's my plan. We'll see if it works.
I think we joined your live stream at one point.
Yes!
At the first WoTCon while we were driving.
Yeah. It was all of us just driving and being idiots, and it was really fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I want to have a much more solid kind of reliable carpool live stream. So, and we're driving a nicer car than my car. So leather seats, baby.
Ooh, I'm getting fancy. I love it.
They're heated, so if you want to do that, you can.
I mean, it's not going to be cold.
Yeah, I don't think you'll need the heated seats.
If it's anything like right now,
the rate at which I crank up the AC, you might.
I mean, I'm down for that. I literally have a fan blowing on me right now because there's a fucking heat wave here right now. So
you've got a heat wave going too?
Yeah.
I mean, our heat wave is only like 86 degrees, but I don't know why, but the heat in the UK does hit different. I've had Americans say that. Like, don't know what it is. There's something to do with the way the heat hits here, like humidity or something. I don't know, but it is awful. So, yeah.
That's
so,
fun.
Joe, you missed it. I told Jess via DM who the secret special guest is for tomorrow.
Oh, I already know who the guest speaker is.
Now, I was to say, I know you know because you're in the group, and I shared with everyone. But like, her reaction was just like very ecstatic, and it was.
I yelled.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're in a heat advisory right now. Heat index values up to 104 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yep.
Damn.
Yeah, it's hot.
Yeah.
I was outside.
Right now it's 92 degrees. Feels like 100.
Yeah, I was
It's nice
outside
and cool in my basement.
doing work out there, and I was like, I had to stop. It was just too hot. And it's not
Yeah,
even like,
it's too much.
it's supposed to be, it's like around 87, 88 right now. Tomorrow it's supposed to be in the high 90s. Like,
Wow.
yeah.
Summer, man. Fuck it.
But I mean, winter in Wisconsin is a little different. Like that hits.
It hits hard.
It hits hard, yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
especially the years when we get the polar vortex. Like the one
Yeah.
year, it was like
it snowed yesterday. How
minus
much?
50?
8 feet. Yeah.
Yeah, the one year it was minus 50 with wind chill, so that was pretty.
Ugh.
That was cold.
Yeah, that's a cold snap. So
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
all right,
That's like Arctic.
It is, yeah. Almost time to start watching episode 3, folks. So make sure you've got it queued up on whatever system you're watching it on. Joe, my technical difficulties are hitting me hard today, and I cannot show it on screen at any point. I'm actually having to watch on my phone. That's how much my technical difficulties are playing with me.
Oh, too bad. That's okay.
I'm going to make sure it fixes. I'm going to make sure it's going to work tomorrow. So.
We've all seen the episode
and we're all
5,
going to be watching
6,
it here.
7 times already.
Yeah.
So.
But yeah, make sure you're ready, folks, and we'll get ready to go soon. So, Jess, you're welcome to stick around if you wanted, or if you need us to get on with your day, you're welcome to,
I might hop off and eat something because I haven't had any lunch yet, so I think I might do that.
That's a good shout.
Thank you so much for having me. This was an absolute delight, and I am definitely going to tune in for the rest of the stream.
I love that. Well, I mean, Sharon's going to be here for episode 4, so
Yeah.
and it is just going to be me and Sharon, so
Well,
Can I come back? Am I allowed?
That's why I picked episode 3. So I could stick around a little bit longer and say,
I'd be like, nah,
You got it. Oh. If I come back, will you let me in?
I'll think about it.
Okay. Fine.
I'll see. Sharon's a talker, man. Like, it might just be like asking a few questions here and there, and Sharon just ain't gonna shut up.
I love it.
In fact, that's kind of my plan. Be like, so Sharon, tell me about, like, do you have a favorite?
Tell me about
question?
this.
Yeah, and she goes, like, actually, fun story on the set tours. She was the one person we saw with the Amazon people that were like, running us around it, because there's multiple groups going around, trying to like get us going around. It was us, the influencers, and then the actual press. And we're all doing a different thing each time, but we had to like move in synchronization to not like cross over. And Sharon kept talking to us for so much. They were just like, Sharon. Okay, yeah.
I love that.
All right, and Sharon's just like kept going, and she's like, okay, well, I mean, do you have any last questions? And they're like, Sharon, sorry, we really need to so
That's
I love it.
yeah.
All right, I'm gonna go eat some chicken. I'll talk to you guys later.
No worries. Thank you so much.
Bye.
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 All right, Joe, are you ready?
I'm queued up and ready to go. I have ads in mind, so I might fall behind if you don't have ads.
I don't have ads.
All right. But
That's fine.
okay.
I mean, we have found that you can pre-watch the ads. I don't know how this works, but someone has discovered you can pre-watch ads, but we'll find out.
Well, sometimes it's weird. When I watch it on the web, sometimes there are no ads at all.
Oh.
I don't know
okay.
why. It's just sometimes there aren't. And to be honest with you, it looks like right now there might not be any ads, but we'll find out.
We'll find out, yeah. I mean, that's why the time is on my screen. So, you'll see that and you can just line yourself back up. So we're going to press play in 3, 2, 1, play. So, and yes, folks, you will initially get tenths of a second on the timer because it will move itself along as the minutes add in and the hour eventually turns up. And we are watching the recap because, again, otherwise the timer doesn't line up properly.
Oh, I love how they throw that shot of Perrin just with the axe and Jeff from Barnhold in that recap.
Yeah, they do. All right. Okay, so here we go. Rapunzel says you can watch the ads. You can pre-watch the ads on PC, but it doesn't work on mobile.
Ah, gotcha.
There we go. That's why that works. So, but yeah, the recaps are actually, they do add good things, even if they are from previous seasons. They always like, this is a moment you should remember from 5 episodes ago.
Oh, you have to.
10, yeah.
Most people aren't going to remember. Like my wife was the same way. I had to kind of refresh her on things because she just was like, wait, what? This is from like 2 seasons ago. I have to remember.
That was in 2021. Like seriously, you know,
It was 5 years ago.
I've slept a lot since then. So
Here it is.
yes,
Ooh, and it's so
sorry.
much lighter on the computer too. Like on my TV, it was so dark.
Yeah, I find actually I prefer watching it on my computer than I do watching it on my television, because it is just lighter for some reason. And I have a couple of screens, and one, like I have a computer screen, I have a very old television screen, not like a blocky old, but like, you know, fairly old for TV standards, and it's so much lighter on the TV screen than it is on anything else, and I'm just like, that's mad, you know.
Yeah. And I just realized I should be switching this to my ultra widescreen monitor to get the real effect.
There you go. That's how it works. So, but yeah, I do love this whole meet and greet. And Sammy just being Sammy. The rug line might be my favorite in the whole. It's definitely my favorite in this scene, but it might be one of my favorite lines just full stop this season. I don't know why.
I love the way he's like, Randall Thor.
Yeah, just the way you stretch out at his feet if he said rug. You know, just I said this to Jess while I watched the last one. There's just something about it that's so good.
Yeah.
Were you expecting to get anything like this season, like a Dark Friend meetup or something, I suppose you would call it?
Yes, we had it in our predictions for season 3 that there would be a Forsaken Tea Party, right? That's what we call
it. Oh, that is what they're calling it. Yes.
Yeah.
Tea Party, yeah. Okay. I don't know what. I think if I'd thought about it, I might have thought about a Forsaken Tea Party, but I don't think I sat there in that much detail. I think my focus was like trying to predict. I remember on three reading, we were like, we're going to take the trailers, the teaser and the fall, and try and predict which episode they'll appear in. We did okay. I think we got like 40% right or something. I'm not sure.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, I was quite impressed. We got a lot of what we got wrong was because we got the episode titles wrong. So we placed them in an episode based on what we thought the episode title was going to be. Had we got the episode titles in the right place, we'd have gotten a lot more scenes in the right place. But yeah.
I love how they're afraid of Moghedian, who's like the weakest of them.
I mean, you know, sometimes brute strength is not the winning combination.
Yeah.
You know, it's not how much power you've got, it's how you wield it.
I love the way Lanfear channels her gateway and does the little kiss, like Steph's kiss to open it.
She's nothing but style, that woman. So Moggy I fully expected Moggy to turn up. I love that she was there hiding in the shadows.
I was wondering if there was going to be anyone else hiding in. Like, would Perrin be in there? Would Egwene be seeing something? Because I don't remember if it is in the Shadow Rising, but in one of the books, right? Like Perrin or Egwene
they get taken and they listen over the they're like hidden in the edges, aren't they? Is it Brigitte takes them?
It might be Brigida who takes them, right? And I think it's like there's a meeting with the Forsaken, but I think Moghedi is not there. She's actually peeking in, listening to them, I think, and then Egwene or whoever it is peeking in, listening to them.
So Egwene and like Brigida or whoever are peeking on the main meeting, and then Moghedian's peeking on them peeking, and it's like it gets a little interlayered. Yeah.
And the only episode that they do the full intro.
The full intro.
Yeah.
Which I still love and I miss so much. Like
I like it. I'm not a big intro person myself. There's only very few shows that I'll watch the intro just about every time.
Yeah.
But I totally get why obviously Rafe decided to cut it. More time for actual, meat and potatoes. So I have no problem with it.
No, I have no problem with it either. There's got to be something, a reason why they picked episode 3 to leave it in, because it's not the shortest episode or something like that. Because Because I think episode 2 rounded out at like 57 minutes or something, didn't it? 56 minutes.
I'm guessing it's because they dropped the 3 episodes together. That's why they did it in the 3rd episode.
Oh.
Because remember last season 2, they did it on, I think it was the last episode, right? Episode 8 that they put the intro in, right?
Yeah, that feels right. Yeah, I suppose like dropping it in because it's the end of the 3 drop.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
It's my only thought.
That does make sense.
Let me begin block 2 with Thomas Napper.
Yeah. I always forget they're filmed in blocks with the directors.
Yeah.
So. And then I always forget her name. I know it's Z. Is it Zenobia?
Zenobia Kloppers.
Yes, Zenobia Kloppers. I just love how much of a fan she is. And then she got. I
know.
Is she like a Black Aja fan, or does she just get cast as a Black Aja, and that's how it worked out?
I don't know. I don't know.
We need to ask. Someone needs to ask her that. Be like, are you actually like, did you want to be Black Aja, or is that just, because Guy Roberts always wanted to be Uno. That's like Uno's his favorite character.
Yeah.
But like, did Zenobia be like, I want to play an Aes Sedai, and if you can make me Black Aja, I'm okay with that. I
mean, there's plenty of Aes Sedai and there's plenty of Black Aja Aes Sedai. So
yeah, this is very true. So, this questioning. It's not I dislike this questioning, but I understood it in the books when it was in the stone, and there's like no one else you can do the questioning because Moraine doesn't care. But in the tower, it felt like a weird flex to give accepted questioning flexibility here.
Well, accepted seemed to have a lot more leeway in the show than they do in the books, and I didn't notice this until now, but they just give you a shot of like Elaine like fingering her ring because, right, they mentioned in the last episode that Elaine's going to go through the arches. Obviously, we don't see it, but now she's got her accepted ring.
Yeah. Oh, so Rapunzel knew the answer to my previous question about Zenobia. She said she wanted to be in the show. She said she'd play any part. So, I mean, I think that counts for a lot of us. Like, I will be, Aiel hanging in a cage dead, like. So.
The hearts, they talk about the hearts here and explain that.
Yeah, where do we get that in the show? Does that come in the Stone of Tears questioning in the show? In the books?
It might. I think it might actually. Because when they do question, they do Joy or Miko, whoever it is, says like, I only know like 2 or 3 other people. That's the way it's set up.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's have the accepted question them. Well, they're not bound by the 3 oaths, so they can.
This is true.
They can lie.
But you'd think that, these 2 sisters, even though they're Black Aja, would know that. Well, they can lie. They haven't taken the oaths yet, so.
Yeah. I mean, it'd be great if there was another black sister interrogating her that she didn't know.
That would be quite funny. So.
And why are they questioning them together? Everybody. Oh no, they're just cutting back and forth from.
They are cutting back and forth.
Okay, yeah. So let's say the first rule of interrogation is you got to split them up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see if their stories match up. Yeah. If
Law and Order taught me anything.
I mean, we're all experts at interrogation thanks to all these TV shows. Like it's how it works. So I do like the way that the 2 are played like very differently. Like Zenobia's character, I forget the character's name. Is very
Miko.
Amiko.
Well, Amiko, I think they say actually.
Amiko, yeah. She's very much just like, I'm sorry, like submissive and and then Joya here is like, nothing's gonna back me down.
Well, we got a Mazrim Taim drop too in there.
We did,
which was nice. And here we go. This is like, what are your thoughts on this whole shakes that Elida has?
I don't know. So I theorized, I think when I was recording with Jen and Meg, I think I said that like she got it from her first trip through, obviously from the snakes and foxes from the first trip through the doorway. Mm-hmm. And I think that they in a similar way that extending in the books, the stronger the Aes Sedai, the more savor they get from it, the longer it lasts and all that sort of stuff. I think they gave her the bracelet so she could do more foretellings or do foretellings or anything of that sort of something in that sort of ballpark. And they used the bracelet. They used the bracelet to like save her from her, in the process. I don't know. I think it's the Grey Men. The Grey Men are very cool. They're scary, but they are very cool. I like the way they just hide in the background.
Yeah.
I noticed that one on the first watch, but so many times I think I missed things. I'm just like, oh, I didn't see that first go around.
I was very surprised that they put this whole Grey Man scene in with the crossbow, and I mean, Shuriam's not in this, obviously. Varen's there, so how spoilery are we?
We're sticking up with Shadow Rising. So,
okay.
Having said that, I just spoke about
I'm glad I asked because I was going to say something very spoilery.
It's just so if like people who have only watched the show turn up,
of course.
I don't want to throw too many things out there. But yeah,
this should be this for people who just seen the show, right? And the show's now been canceled, and we don't know if it's gonna, come back.
I'm still manifesting an Apple pickup, but yeah,
Of course, me too. And I'm saying, but this is more reason to go read the books now. If you want to know what happens, read the books.
Yeah, you'll pick up on what was changed, obviously. Because the books will take things in a different route, but there'll be scenes in the books where you're like, oh, okay, that was done differently in the show, but I see the connection. Yeah.
So this was something that I was a little like, with the whole symbol and how they figure out where Liandrin might be going, and like, oh, they discover she's from Tanchico, as if nobody would know that in the White Tower that she's from Tanchico. Like, why did we have to spend so much time? Of them like figuring it out and putting these things in there with symbols. Like, we could have spent time doing something else, and they could have just went to Tanchico because she's from Tanchico, or there were other clues to Tanchico, but I don't know. Didn't sit with me.
I get that. I know it didn't. I think the image thing, for me, it was like you learn more about Liandrin. You get a bit more behind her, and I think that was the purpose behind it when I was watching. But isn't there a character in the books who hid where they were from when they turned up at the tower? They came they took a longer route round or something to try and hide where they came from.
Oh, that was one of the. Was it one of the it was one of the Saladar spies, or it was somebody? It was that whole part towards the end of the series where they were trying to find the Saladar spies, but they found out Black Aja, right? And they found out that somebody took like a route around to come from a direction, so it didn't seem like they were coming from where they thought they were coming from. But
okay,
I'm pretty sure that's what it was. This is a great scene here. I love this.
Oh, but between the Reds, yeah. Like, Sutama is just brilliant. Where she's like, too gaudy for me. And Shore she's like being subservient to the highest in the Red Aja in the most arrogant way you possibly could be.
I know.
And it's yeah.
I mean, it's just they're just throwing shade at each other like left and right. I mean, I would have loved. I want to see more of like Galena and Sutama and Elida. I mean, unfortunately, we might not get any more, but I enjoyed all of this.
Oh, I did as well. Like, sorry, Rapunzel. I know we just spoke about book 4, and then like we talked about stuff that was way later. Oh,
yeah, you're right. We did, but it wasn't really that spoilery.
No, and we were vague, so yeah. So, but yeah, like the way they are with each other here is like Elida's coming like she's still trying to act like she's highest when she knows she isn't, and Sutama's trying to be like, I'll let you say your piece, but also I need to make sure that you know that I'm in charge. And it's like you say, the way they are throwing shade at each other all the time is just brilliant.
Well, it's kind of interesting too, because it almost seems like her own Aja doesn't like her yet. Later on she's able to become the Amerlin. But go ahead.
I was gonna say maybe they don't like her because she tried to be Amelin seat and very easily just got turned on. And when Swan got 3 votes or 4 votes, then suddenly it became the minimum of 11.
Yeah.
So maybe she's like hated because of that. They were like, we put everything behind you, and then it was just like, nope.
I guess too, like she's not in the tower, right? She doesn't really visit the tower very often, so they maybe think of her like, well, like, who are you? You don't even, you're barely in the White Tower.
Yeah.
And you're gonna come here now and start telling us what to do.
Yeah, that would probably rile them up a little bit.
But I mean, it looks, obviously Galena seems to be interested though in what Elida's saying, so
maybe Galena and Sutama don't get along very well.
Yeah.
That's possible. I do love the way Ruach just says, it's Wise One business every time,
Oh man, I love Nukaka has killed it as Bear / Amis in this. And Mullane, Salome.
Salome is she's like
those cold blue eyes. I loved it. I loved them.
She is my favorite. Salome who plays Mullane. Like, but Misa's great. Like, Nukaka's doing great, but there's something about Mullane. I'm just like, I feel like if I were a Wise One, that's how I would be.
I would hope I was that way.
Although I do think she's really cold in this scene, because when Ruach's like, I will stay and bury them, and she's like, no, we ain't got time, we're gonna bounce, they're lost ones, who cares, type thing. And I'm like, she knows the history of the Aiel. She knows that these are, like how Tinkers connect, and she's like still disdainful towards them.
I didn't realize that she was one of them, because I know like Avienda's like, leave, like, let's just leave them, and like, why are we even bothering them? And Ruach's like, no, I'm gonna, I know.
Yeah, I'm sure Mullane does it as well.
Okay.
And I'm just like, because she's gone through the through the columns, like she knows the history. And like, I know they don't obviously share it, but you'd think they would have at least been, like Ruach's like, okay, no, I'll give them a burial or something like that. I won't leave them completely, stuck out in the desert as if they're nothing.
Yeah.
So maybe she just plays the part too strong.
Lance's doing his best David Caruso CSI. No, wait. It was a spear made to look like a sword.
I can envision this just from looking, so yeah, this is it. See, they're not worth yeah, that comes from her.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know, like, does she really resent
I think that's what connection? It is. I think it is. I think she's also like a younger, right? So she might not have, right? She's probably only became a Wise One. I don't remember if they say in the books how long, right? She's much younger than Bear and Amis.
Right.
I think in the books. So she might be a newer Wise One, and she just hasn't really kind of coped with it yet and accepted it.
Yeah. I mean, you can accept where you come from and still not like it, I suppose, can't you?
Yeah.
So yeah, maybe she's not got to that stage that Ruach and Vermees and that have got to, where it's like, okay, this is
such a shame we're not going to get more.
We are going to get more, Joe. We are. It's happening. I've decided.
We might not get more Ruach.
We might. I don't know. Well, it'd be a crime if that happened. Have you listened to his podcast?
Oh no, I didn't know he had a podcast. Oh, I saw something about that. What is it about?
So it's like a bedtime concept. Like, he's meant to like serenade you to sleep with his voice, telling stories, bedtime stories, sort of thing.
I listened to that one clip and it was very soothing.
So the concept is, and it translates in English to bed on the beach. So imagine you were going to sleep on the beach and how relaxing and peaceful that is and such. And so he's been doing this in German for a while, but they suddenly decided, hey, we should do an English version. So now that's what it is. Bed on the beach is what it translates to. So Marcus and Priyanka kill it in this scene. Seriously. The trees. he talks about the line of, to see how a tree has grown in my absence is, it soothes but also like hurts him. There we go. Hurts and comforts me. See how a tree has thrived in my absence. It's a beautiful line.
Yeah. Well, it's a tree, Marcus. You don't really need to take care of it too much. You just leave it out there. The sun and the water, the rain usually take care of it.
Wow. Okay, Joe. Not a gardener then.
It looks like it's doing pretty well considering what's it been, about a year or so.
Yeah, it must have been about a year. I mean, that's grown a lot for a year. I've got to be honest. That tree is probably like 5 years old, really.
I know.
They planted. Like, trees don't grow that quick, people.
Someone actually, like, the prop person brought like an actual 1-year-old, whatever it is, and they were like, "That's too small. Get us something bigger."
Yeah, like that. Why is that like 12 inches tall and has no leaves? Like, come on. I've got an avocado tree downstairs that I've been growing for 5 years. The thing isn't even 2 feet. It's like 2.5 feet tall. Like it's certainly not bearing anything other than leaves. So yeah, and that's 5 years. So
why aren't these persimmon trees though? That's what I want to know.
Because it's not Alana's burial ground. It's apples, 2 rivers, apple brandy, all that stuff. So. I do love how they pester.
They're bullies.
They are bullies. Let us try and stab you. Like, it's,
Well, they're trying to force themselves on them in a romantic type of way or a violent type of way. So,
I mean, credit, they still do take no for an answer. They do pester him, but they
do.
They don't do anything.
I love the way she puts her leg up on him, like it's like kind of like slow, like a slight pelvic thrust towards him. She's like, "How about you?"
Mm. And then when they realize how much they're like offending him with their comments, not only about the sword, but like, quote, why it's dirty. I think they kind of realize, oops, maybe we won't ask him again,
Fail.
Yeah, Luke was such an interesting character this season. Like,
he was a red herring, I'm assuming, right? Like, I
mean, yeah, I thought it was a red herring, at least for book readers anyway. So it's, yeah, I mean, we wouldn't know more until we get, season 4, but.
That's right, Lord Luke. I'm the one the White Cloaks are after.
This is, yeah.
And Isabella, that's another regret. I want to see more Isabella as Fael.
Oh, she's amazing as Fael. So
she was really great talking to. And it was it was just like a drastic difference of the accent she does for the show and her like native Australian accent.
Yeah, I always forget. Oh shit, she's Australian. Yeah, she sounds very different.
Yeah, I don't know. Like they gave her like a Dracula accent for the show. I'm not sure I really liked it that much, but
I quite like it. I'm not sure I like Valda's 50-50 hair colors choice.
Dane's drinking.
Yeah, drinking Dane.
He's got his conscience weighing on him. He's like, I'm a good man, right?
I mean, he likes to think so, but he does have, a woman and 2 children locked in a cage.
This is true.
As bait. Max, Cruella de Valda.
Is the white in his hair.
Yeah.
So is he in charge? I guess Dane's in charge now.
I would say Dane's in charge. Yeah. Like maybe does he? No, I'm gonna say does he have his dad's? Like, does he get his dad's rank until they replace him? But that's not
I don't
how it
know.
works, surely.
They never really get into that, but it's clear that Dane's keeping, Valda away from the Cothans.
Yeah. I mean, he clearly realizes how unhinged Valda is, really. Which I think his dad understood as well.
So I know we're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves in the series and the show, but like it is very interesting how they kind of reversed Matt, where he wants to get rid of his memories as opposed to in the books where he's got the holes in his memories and he wants them to be filled.
Yeah. I said this earlier, like he got so much because of blowing the horn, and then they've gone and overloaded him in effect, and like, when he gets to episode 8 and says, I need to get rid of all these memories type thing, I don't know, it's a reversal that works. I'm curious what the effect would be when he gets
I would have liked to have known the plan that Rafe had for the future, because obviously he lost his memories, but he seemed to be lost more than just those voices. And like, his character obviously having those memories of those generals and the battles and whatnot is a big part of his character going forward. So I wonder how they were going to put that back in or replace that. I don't know. Be interesting thing to ask Rafe.
We'll have to just get him on and get him to tell us. Rafe, just come and join us. I know you're probably watching. Just come and get the link. Send me a DM. I'll send you the link. You can hop on and you just tell us. So, So Max has put in chat, did you ever see the graphic that we showed Tom at JordanCon? It shows how maybe by the end of 308, it's the same thing as in the books.
No, I didn't see that graphic, Max. I unfortunately missed that whole it seems like it's becoming a legendary conversation at JordanCon.
Yeah, sounds like a lot. Sounds like a lot was missed. I wished I could have been at JordanCon. I did miss it. It's 2 years in a row I've missed.
But we've got WoTCon in a couple of weeks.
Yes, WoTCon is 2 weeks and 6 days away. Less if you're getting there earlier. So for me, it's 2 weeks and 4 days away. I'm on vacation in like 2 weeks, basically. 2 weeks on Monday I fly, so it's getting close. So what songs have you got planned for the sing-along, Joe? Aside from the Hills of Tanchico.
No, we're just going to play that over and over again. That's the only song we're doing this WoTCon.
Perfect.
No, we have all the ones I think from the last couple of years. I have to see if I'm going to throw on any more.
That's fair.
Oh, here we go.
Oh yeah.
Gray Man. Who killed the Gray Man, everyone?
Who killed the Gray Man? Put in chat who you think, or if you're watching back later in the comment section, who you think killed the Gray Man. Don't say why. No context. Just put a name. So we'll see what people pick.
I love how they're like, "What are you doing here, Baron?" She's like, "This is the Brown Aja quarters."
Where
that's where I live.
Yeah.
And weren't they in her room? Didn't they just say they were like in her room or in the room that she sent them to like find all the information?
Yeah. They were definitely in something adjoining her room, at least. Yes. Like they were in her area, her part of the Brown Aja quarters. Like the bit where she's quartered and spends most of the time, I imagine. But yeah, like what are you doing here? Well, it's like someone just walking into your living room being like, "What are you doing here, Joe?" Like, it's my couch. Like
I live here.
Yes. Yeah, conveniently left drawings, yeah. And Nynaeve being like, we need to get out. She didn't wonder who stabbed him. I don't think it came across as that much of a mystery because, like, Elaine didn't say like, "Oh, I only like pushed him out of the room with air or anything." Elaine was just like, "Oh, he attacked us" or something, like. So
well, also Varen didn't like, you would have thought Varen would interrogate them, right? Like, hey, what were you doing? What happened? Where? And there was just like a really quick conversation, and she was like, "Okay, go to your rooms.
Yeah,
I'll take care of it."
it was
Here we go. The
Ah.
best. This is great. Great costumes, Sharon.
Mhm.
Love these
Sharon,
costumes.
yes. I'm going to ask Sharon which was her favorite.
Sassy Black Aja costumes.
Yeah. And I do love how they all still like in the books, like they still have their colors, for their Ajas, even though it's now like, well, now I'm just going to be wild and black and myself.
Mhm.
But I'm still going to be like, well, I'm still yellow and I'm still green and I'm still blue or whatever it is. And it's like, Leandrin's the only one who's like, well, I want to wear mostly black now because I don't care. And I love her accent. It's so authentic. It's ridiculous. Like, I work with a bloke who sounds like that,
Really?
Yeah. Like, he has a very thick Scouse accent, and it, he has all of those accent cues that she's putting on right now. It's amazing.
I didn't even know she was putting on an accent, to be honest with you.
Well, her family's from Liverpool.
Okay.
So she spent a lot of time there when she was younger. So while she doesn't speak with a Scouse accent, she can do the Scouse accent.
Gotcha.
It's like me. I'm from Essex, and I don't speak with an Essex accent, but I can do the Essex accent. Have you ever heard? Obviously, you've heard of. Oh God, what's the
Heart?
No.
No. Heart.
The Heart. Oh yeah, sorry. Jersey Shore. We've got like a spin-off from the British version of that is Geordie Shore, and we've got a spin-off of that which is called The Only Way Is Essex, Towie, and like they're all like the absolute cliche of the accents and the stereotypes. I can do that accent, so yeah.
She can make all the scary thoughts go away and more.
Yeah, like make everything go away. Such an interesting choice that she knows that she's going to forget everything.
Yeah, it's
and
how be a little more than just today.
Yeah, and how she thinks that just shows Leandrin's drama, that she thinks that's going to save the kid. Like,
yeah,
if you just forget everything and you'll be fine. Like,
but she doesn't want to forget everything.
No.
Herself, she's like, it's better to forget everything, but not for me. Yeah, so obvious, clearly that Min's a spy. Right?
She's the world's worst servant, so
she's the world's worst servant. And like right before, she's like, Alice, where's Alice? And she's like, oh no, I'm your servant today. Like, oh yeah, really? That's not suspicious at all.
No, not in the slightest. No. Why would that be suspicious? Like, it doesn't make any sense to be strange.
Now, how does she know about Min's gift, though? How did she find out about that?
That is, I don't know. I always put that down to her just asking lots of questions and putting a lot of tiny pieces of information, because the best investigators can take a tiny piece of information from here and from there, like from multiple sources, and see an entire picture out of them, or enough of the picture that then they can ask the right question to get the full picture. And I reckon she's just heard enough bits and pieces that she, can and sees that Min is like, okay, Min is probably the one that fits all these pieces, and confidently implies that she knows everything, and then Min fills in the pieces. I mean, I don't know about you, I definitely had that happen over time where like someone has assumed I know something. Because I know a tiny piece and they assume I know everything. And so they just talk about everything as if I know it. And in the process of the conversation, you learn about everything and then you just carry on pretending you knew everything the whole time. I could see a lighter doing that, like it's, yeah, I think it's, I think it fits her character. So, but between like, I did like two different ways of seeing the future. Like, it's just these two are the opposites of everything. You know, Min doesn't want to see the future, can't control it, does it all the time. You know, Elida wants to see the future, doesn't do it all the time, tries to control everything about it. You know, it's just, they're a fun pair.
It's kind of stay just between us.
Yeah.
Like, she doesn't know you're going to go tell Swan right away.
Yeah. Also, who trusts Elida? You know,
well, I mean, Min doesn't really know her, so she just, I guess, knows what Swan has told her about her. No,
yeah.
There was that great, like, she was like playing with her bracelet too in the conversation. I wonder if that was like cueing anything.
Maybe that's quite possible. So. I've said this before, and I'll keep saying it. The exposition in the show is so, like, it doesn't feel cumbersome at any time. Like, I think very rarely I've ever listened to a moment of exposition about how something works, or, you know, here dreaming is being explained. It doesn't feel like it slows scenes down or is there unnecessarily, like, fits the moment between the characters. And you learn so much as a result without realizing it. And it's just, you know, explaining the history of dreaming and how there hasn't been one and how the IE will do it and things like that could really be boring if you don't do it right. And here it's actually really interesting, you know, because it then feeds into.
Yeah, and there's a lot of jumping to conclusions as well in this, like when they were like, oh, she must be a Forsaken, right? When they, after the I guess is it in this episode, I think? Where they jump, where she's training to be a dreamer, and then I think it is this episode. They just jump to the thing like she must be a Forsaken.
Right,
like
maybe
it couldn't be anybody else. Has to be Forsaken.
Yeah, I think when they explain it afterward, when she like fully explains what's going on or something. So
they did a good job too. I like in season 2 the exposition, like Elaine, they used Elaine a lot in the beginning, like in the White Tower, to explain a lot of the Aes Sedai stuff to like Egwene, and to explain it to Egwene and Nynaeve, but they're really explaining it obviously to the viewers, and I thought they did a really good job there of because it fit, right? She has all the experience and knowledge, and they're new, so she can just literally just tell them the information, and it doesn't seem seem too much.
No, and Kira delivered it really, you know, in a way that felt very fitting for Elaine. You know, like it felt like she would share this information and it would be reasonably detailed, but it wouldn't, you know, be so detailed. You'd be like, why is this character dropping the encyclopedia on us right now? Like, you know,
Natasha's just killing it. So, like, I don't even know if she's lying in this scene.
I know, right? Like, oh, that's
I'm like, is she real? Is she? I don't even know. I don't know. Is she really trying to get away from the Dark One, or is she lying? Is she still trying to use Rand? Like, I don't even know what's going on, man. It
is so well performed, and you know, when you throw in the situation between the two of them where they've got romantic involvement, you can see why Rand doesn't really, you know, run away from her and isn't like, well, you know, tries to give her that chance, because you know, all those things get very complicated.
Yeah, I'm a Forsaken, but I don't want to be a Forsaken. I'm trapped by the Dark One. Can you help me? And I don't know, do they ever really like go into in the show like what her ultimate goal is? I don't think we ever get that revealed.
No, I don't think we do.
Or yet, at least.
Not to my knowledge. This is such a fun opposite to 301, where it's like, you know, it could be warmer, and now it's like they're making it hotter. You know. I almost wish there was like a reverse line of it, like it could, you know, Lan saying it could be warmer and then being like, you know, it couldn't be warmer or something like that, you know. And then like more water is poured on the stones, and you know, Moraine just turns and looks at him and goes, I think it could be, you know.
I mean, it's hot enough in the wastes. Let's make it hotter.
Yeah. Although it is meant to be freezing cold at night, so.
That's true.
You're going to miss your baths. And I continue to appreciate their friendship, where they just like give each other banter of being like, well, you know, a night won't kill you with fun, with the introduction here of Melindra.
So I love how they're like, who's she looking at? She's looking at you. No, she's looking at you. Go ahead, go for it.
Yeah.
Go for it, Moraine.
She's like, you think that's going to make me happy? I love the way he says, well, can't hurt, can it? You know? So you don't forget how it works.
Just say it, Lan. You need to get laid, Moraine. You need to relax.
Yes. And she's considering it in this moment. You
She's
know?
like, yeah, she is. She's eyeing her like,
Mhm.
But nope, she's talking to Lan. Sorry, Moraine.
And he's like, oh.
She was like ready. She was like, yeah, I'm going to do it. Ah, damn it. It's not easy having you as my warder, Lan. All the chicks want you.
I mean, Daniel Henney's an attractive man. We had this conversation earlier. Just like the cast is just unreasonably attractive. It's just unfair on everybody. This tattoo is so cool, man. What do you think of the tattoo?
Yeah, it's an interesting style. I wonder, I'm sure it's like actually like some sort of like cultural significance in real life, the style, because it's all like dots.
Yeah.
So I guess it's supposed, unless it's just made to look like a more like I guess early rudimentary type of tattooing.
Yeah, but even like really, you going back into like tattooing from hundreds of years ago, or like the Pacific Islanders and that, they obviously would just, use, I don't know if you know this actually, keep saying, you might not know. They would just use very pointed, especially pointed sticks, and they would just like a form of tapping into the skin to make tattoos,
yeah.
And they do block designs of things. So maybe it is just a stylistic choice from a specific culture. I wonder who designed that.
Yeah, and I always heard people questioning like, where did she get the tattoo? Because Aiel don't do tattoos.
No, this is true.
But I guess a peddler could have came into the waist, and she could have, I don't know,
or she got it on the way, maybe.
Well, she was a kid, right? So that's the other thing too, right? Like people talk about like, well, what's the age difference between the two of them supposed to be, right? In real life, it's about like 5 years or something, I think.
Yeah.
5 or 6 years. Because she talks about, when she talks about Malakir, it seems like she has a lot of memories and she might have been older.
I think she was close to a teenager when Malakir fell.
So that means she's got to be that much older, right? So if she's like 12 or 13. That means she's got to be 12 or 13 years older than him.
Easily, yeah.
And yeah, she got the tattoo after that. That makes sense. Because it wouldn't have been stretched as much as if she were like, I don't know, a 4-year-old or a 5-year-old getting a tattoo. Yeah. Give me a tattoo.
Tattoo, please, tattoo. Yeah, it doesn't fit. A traveling tattoo artist caravan, Rapunzel was saying. I mean, maybe. So, yeah. I love Senbui. Senbui in season 3 is just brilliant. I forget the actor's name now.
There he is.
Yeah, he's so good. I mean, him and Maxim in episode 7, their banter about Two Rivers longbows and spears and things is just brilliant.
I wonder what Senbui does in the Two Rivers in this version. There's no thatched roofs.
No.
Maybe he's still a roofer, though.
He could still be a roofer, yeah. Josie's asking, it says in season 1, Moraine did say Malakir had been like that for 40 years at most. Oh, I suppose if Lan left when he was a baby and now Lan's got to be easily 30, 40.
He's supposed to be in it. Well, I mean, in the books, right? He's supposed to be about 40 or so.
Yeah.
When the books start. Yeah, I mean, we're assuming the same book timeline where Lan was a baby when he was taken, when Malakir fell. And he's about 40 or so when the books start. So, I mean, I know Daniel Henney's in his mid-40s. I think he's probably around 44,
44. I think 44 sounds right.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I bothered to look up anyone's actual ages.
I think Sonove, the one who plays Melindra, is about 50. So I think they're
Shut
about,
up.
She is. Yeah. Oh yeah. She's beautiful.
Wow.
50-year-old woman. Yes. I'm pretty sure she's around 50. And yeah, I was shocked when I heard that too.
That's an incredible beauty regime.
Yeah.
I know we've just skipped away from it in the scene, but the whole thing with Alana and Maxim is great. The way the grief is working, I've heard a lot of people talk about how fitting it is for when you lose someone in a triad, in a throuple, especially if they're like your anchor partner, you know, the anchor for the other two, and how it affects them. It's really, really beautifully and very authentically done in the show.
It's interesting if you can even boil it down to something as simple as like, right, when you were a kid, did you have a friend who you were close with, and then they kind of had a friend that you weren't as close with, and the three of you hanging out, and that one friend leaves, that connects you, and it's you and the other person, and you're like, I'm not really friends with this person that much, so it's kind of awkward.
Yeah, it is like
get from it. It's
a relationship version of that. It's so true.
Yeah, he was the one right? Because he was in love with Alana, and Maxim was in love with him. So when he's gone, it's like, yeah, Maxim likes Alana, but they now have to learn how to, I guess, love each other without Yvonne in the middle.
Yeah. So this moment
I was so happy they put this in there.
Yeah, it is. It is perfect. There was so much in this season that was for fans. You know,
this episode, I feel like specifically they put a ton of fan service in it. I remember when I first watched it. There's stuff later on too, but yeah, putting that in there. The gray man scene. I feel like this is all like fan service they put. I think it's later when Min sees the what's it called? The vision of Matt. Right. And obviously the what's it called? The fight with Galad and Gowan.
Yeah. But I think we also got like, you know, things that were for the fandom, not just book fans as well.
Mm-hmm.
Like earlier at the end of episode 1, when Matt talks about, have you ever noticed how the tower looks like, you know?
Sarah's joke, Sarah Nakamura's joke, she said.
Absolutely. Yeah. Like that's not a book thing, but that's a fandom thing. And I think like this season had a lot of fandom things that were put in for us, things we talk about or, you know, love or like get fixated on in whatever way.
Yeah.
I feel like they did a lot of it for us, and it was so fun to see.
This was one of the pleasant changes from the book, the relationship between Min and Matt. I really enjoyed it. It's really weird because there's like almost no relationship between the two of them in the books.
Like a passing, they know of each other. They've interacted a few times here and there. I bet if you actually checked, it's like very, very minimal how much they've ever interacted.
Yeah, there it was.
Yeah.
The vision. Oh, here comes Galad.
Oh, Galad.
I'm sad we're not going to get any more Galad and Gowan.
We will. We will, Joe.
Okay,
stop being a pessimist.
As of now, we're not going to.
No pessimism allowed. You know,
we might not get any more of Galad.
All right, I can accept that one. That's an okay one. I will be realistic. So,
it's funny because in the last episode, right, like they Elaine just trashes Galad, and you never see him act like a jerk in the last episode, and you're just like. And even obviously what's his face Ravin / Gabriel. They just shit all over Galad. Meanwhile, in that episode he does nothing wrong or doesn't act like a jerk, and then you finally get it in here where he's like, okay, he's a bit much.
I'm just like, I've never known anyone who can put up with your brother for as long as this, and you know, it's like the dude just turned up and did some fighting and, you know, banged a couple of novices and, you know, like a little douchey, but not like as douchey as you're making out. And then here he's just such a pain in the ass. Like, you know, you're interfering when there's nothing to interfere in, you know, and trying to protect someone who is in no needs of protection, either because of the situation or because she can't handle herself. Like, he's very douchey.
Elidas playing chess here, got Sutama left from that. This is all weird too. Like, Sutama's leaving, so we have somebody else is going to be the head of the Red Aja now. Like, that doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever.
Yeah, like it's
temporarily, of course. Yeah, acting head of the Red.
Acting head. It seemed like an interesting add-in. Like, she's implying that the head of the Aja also has to be a sitter, which we know from the books doesn't have to be the case.
No, that's right.
But maybe that was simplified for show watchers.
And the sitter, they need a new sitter. Like, just because she's going out to run an errand, doesn't mean they have to replace the sitter. Like,
exactly. I do think here that where they're all leaving at the same time in the village, I feel like we missed something here. I feel like something wasn't written in or wasn't filmed or whatever.
It could have been cut from the edit.
It could have been cut from the edit. But like, I feel like we missed something that prompted all the villagers to leave at once, and then Perrin to do this classic Perrin awkward speech moment. Because it definitely felt like, all these monsters are out there, and it's dark, and you're all leaving at once. So it's a I definitely felt like we missed something there somehow.
In the last scene when Sutama leaves, and like they said, they're like, it looks like we need a new sitter. Like, I was waiting for like Jar Jar Binks to appear and then to leave Jar Jar Binks as the new sitter.
Any particular reason for Jar Jar Binks?
Well, because that's what happens in the stupid Star Wars movies, right? They leave Jar Jar Binks in charge, and then everything goes to shit because he votes for to give Palpatine the power or whatever. Because Amidala's gone.
Yeah. Sorry, I was thinking episode 1 where he's like ends up being an accidental captain or something like that. I give up. So this speech from Perrin is perfectly awkward. And it works for me. Like, I really it felt very authentic to his character. It was like, it's a speech that probably shouldn't have worked, but somehow does.
Well, he's Taviran. That's the Taviran, right?
Yeah, exactly.
It happens in the books, right? When he's going to the farms and Varen's just like totally ogling him because like she's like, they were totally not going to listen to you, and then all of a sudden they just decided to listen to you.
Yeah.
And you didn't say anything that was really motivating in it, like there. That's just Taviran.
And he's like, I spoke common sense. I'm like, no, you said you should do shit. And they were just like, no. Oh, okay, fine. Like. Are we at the fight? Almost at the fight scene, aren't we? Yeah. We're at 53 minutes, so the fight scene's got to be coming up. Yeah, this is it, because there's not even. So, do you like the lack of audience, or do you not, Joe?
The lack of audience for the fight?
For the fight.
I mean, I do miss the lesson behind the fight, right? The Hamar being there and kind of trying to teach them a lesson. So I do miss that part of it. Like, there's really no lesson here except for when Matt uses his horn ability song. He becomes a super quarterstaff user.
Does his Super Saiyan moment.
Yeah.
For me, I like that there's no audience because in the show, like, if he had been much more like Book Matt up to this point, I think it would have been weird without the audience in the lesson. But I think for how he's been in the show so far, that he doesn't need the audience to experience a moment of glory. And it's not a case of like, I'm doing this because people are watching. He's just, standing up to them by himself, and he doesn't need the audience to prove to himself that he's, he doesn't need outside validation that actually I'm not everything they're kind of implying I am, and I can handle myself, and I should have confidence in myself and things like that. So
yeah. I just missed the kind of the lesson that the lesson for the Waters training, like that,
I agree with that.
Are imparts on them, like.
But we don't get any of the water training, really. We get the Waters practicing with Nynaeve, and we get the boys playing by themselves, but we don't really get like much water.
No one's in charge of the water.
Yeah, there's like no structured water training like Hamar and you get in the books. So
yeah, great fight though.
Oh, it's a beautiful fight. Like the moments they choose to slow down and such. And someone actually analyzed this. I haven't watched the video.
I saw that video.
Yeah.
It's he does like fight scenes from different. That's like what he does. All of his videos are just like him. He watches like a show or movie and like the fight scene, and he talks about like the techniques that they use and what what like people with those weapons in those times would really do and things like that, and comments on them. It was pretty cool.
Yeah. Talks about like how realistic it would be to behave the way they behave, or the flourishes, things like that. Yeah.
Like,
and
in
he
the
was
style.
quite impressed by this.
Yeah, he was. He was like, well, with the quarterstaff, you would do this and do that, and you would, you don't want to give up your reach, and that's the strength of the quarterstaff is that it's a reach weapon, so you're supposed to keep people away from you.
Yeah, I meant to watch it, and then I didn't get around to it, unfortunately. But I remember someone saying that overall he was very impressed with it. He said there was a couple of things. He was like, that wouldn't really have been done with quarterstaff, or you wouldn't really do that with quarterstaff. But he was overall really, it works really well.
Oh yeah, Sally's pointing out we did get the origins right with the greatest water, the lesson
with the greatest. Yeah, we did get that. But I mean, how many people on the average are going to watch that? But book readers,
or even connect it back to this scene.
Yeah, but book readers would have made that connection, and it's not relevant to non-book readers because they wouldn't have known about it in the first place anyway. So,
I love the way Fael just continues to poke at him, basically to kind of push him.
She is so like that. She's just like poke, 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 poke. You just do as I say.
But she's not like overt about it. She's just like very like, poking here, a little poke there. She's like, yeah, I got him.
Yeah.
Hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, she's so awesome. I love Fael. So, like, Perrin and Fael's relationship in the book is something that I really appreciate. It doesn't start in a very good place in the books, so I appreciate how they've changed it in the show. It makes a big difference. But it is like one of my favorite relationships, if not my favorite. So I'm glad how it worked out.
We didn't get any spanking though, so.
I mean, I'm happy about that. Like it was all very childish in the books, and I'm just like, yeah, I'm glad it's not there.
Well, that's right. In this show, Fael's much more mature. In the book, she is very immature though. In the beginning,
she's extremely mature, actually. Yeah, and it kind of fits, and it's not great, but you understand why he's made them so childish because they are younger, and then they have a great growth story together. But yeah, it's especially with the aging up of the characters, it's a great choice to remove it from the show.
Here we go. Leandrin's drawing her other mark.
I love how that's salt and chalk, and it's very clearly, and it's not a criticism, but it's very clearly poster paint. Salt and chalk. I don't know what else you could possibly mix that with, but it ain't gonna go down so smoothly. Like that's paint going on the floor there.
Yeah, that's Benjamin Moore white paint.
But it fits with what story they're telling for her and her son and such. So, and I still don't like that they make me care about Leandrin.
I know. In the books, you never like Leandrin.
No,
any moment in all in the books, you just hate her.
Yeah, there's no empathy.
Even before she's Black Aja. Yeah, that was like, I understand they wanted to give some of the bad guys a little more depth. And she did, right? In the books, you do learn that she did have she was abused as a child, as a kid.
Yeah.
So I mean, all of that is true and everything, but they're just spending, I think, more time on it in the show.
Yeah, I do think they're who do they think they were cutting in place of and giving more to Leandrin?
Well, I mean, she goes away. Right? Leandrin's gone. I'm not even going to say. I don't want to spoil anything, but she's basically a non-entity at some point.
Yeah. Gideon hiding in the background of all this is so good. I did not see her in the background initially.
You didn't?
No, I first saw her when they did that close up. I'm like, oh, that's Gideon. And then when I did a rewatch, I'm like, oh, there she is in the background. It's so good.
And there's the Dream Triangle. The twisted stone, the twisted ring Triangle was just on the desk there.
So, and it ends with her softly from the shadows. It's
Oh, it's
It
over
is.
already.
And it's over already. Yeah.
Oh man, that went by
Goes
fast.
so quick. That one's with all the extras. Like if you watch the recap and the intro and that, basically an hour flat. That one. So,
oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a shame.
So
That's a shame that it was over.
It does go by so quick. Particularly for me, because when I do these, I'm used to doing them for like all 8 episodes, so it's like 10.5 hours or something. And here it's just like, oh, there's only one more episode of talking to go. So I think I might do these in 4-hour breaks going forward.
I think that's better too. I think you probably get more staying power from the people watching it, because 8 hours in a row. I mean, it's longer than 8 hours, right? You're talking basically 9 hours.
Well, when I do breaks in between, because not all the episodes round out, and so it ends up being about a 10.5 hour stream with breaks and stuff like that. It gets a little crazy. Folks, if you have also kudos, Skeeter shouting out controlling your spoilers, Joe. You've come so far.
I did kind of spoil a bit, but not.
We did,
really give any details, but
yeah, folks, if you have been turning up today expecting to see Sharon Gillam, you will not be disappointed. Sharon will be coming along soon. But obviously she did not turn up for episodes 1, 2, and 3. She wanted to come for episode 4. So Sharon will be here in about 10 minutes. Will I be taking questions from chat? I probably will take some questions from chat. Probably.
Do we get next episode is all though you need to ask her about those Black Aja costumes from this episode that we just watched. Which one of those is? I want to know which one is her favorite.
I mean, I did when that popped up, I was like, I wonder which one of those Sharon liked the best.
Yeah, we need to know which one was her favorite.
She's probably not going to be able to pick which is her best.
Yeah.
She's probably going to give us like a Kate Redding answer, like whichever one I was working on was my favorite at the time.
Yes.
Or something.
Why is this one your favorite? Why is this one your favorite? Why is this one your favorite?
Yeah. But
yeah, so it's going to be all. Well, there's a lot of costume and makeup in the next episode with Yosha for sure.
There is. I mean, he has 7 different outfits, so it's going to be a lot to talk about, I'm sure. And then, well, no, he has more than that because of all the Moraine like flashbys and such. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, he's in all of those, or almost all of them at least.
He's in a lot of those as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was scrolling TikTok earlier today on a break from work, and I actually came across someone from somewhere had got like footage from actually of that one of those scenes being filmed. It was so weird to see the framework of the camera just going like that in front of Rosamund and Yosha and Daniel Henney. And she's like holding the Sakanen and just like drawing power. And it's the moment where she like lightning bolts him in the desert and he just falls to one side.
Oh, yeah.
So weird to see the camera rig and go like that and then her do the action and him fall sideways and no effects. And I was like, it looks so strange without any of the, the CGI and such. And it's like, wow.
Yeah. And were you seeing that camera's footage, or were you seeing like somebody off to the side filming?
Someone off to the side was filming the camera.
Okay, it was, yeah. So you're not actually seeing anything spin, you're just seeing it like happening and the camera's seeing the camera move.
And then I think they'd actually cut to the scene from the episode to like compare.
Oh, disorienting.
Yeah. But it was like really interesting to see, and I was like, my God, like that rigging was so much bigger than I thought it was going to be. It's like built with like mini scaffold and such. So, but yeah, hopefully, like you've done, like Screaming Spud Monkeys has done, folks, and you've queued up episode 4, ready to go. In fact, I should probably do that now. Get it queued up and hit pause, so it's ready. Episode 4, if we watched it from absolute start to finish, including the credits, would be 1 hour and 8 minutes and 18 seconds. So,
wow, and this is where everything read. I feel like all the setup for the season is basically done, right, by this point.
Yeah.
Right, the girls are off to Tanchico with Matt. We're about almost at Ruidian.
Mm-hmm.
What else is going? I mean, Leandrin's now in Tanchico with the other Black sisters. Elida's putting her pieces in motion, setting up for her plans. So I think this is like, okay, we're finally finished or just about finished setting up all the pieces for the rest of the season.
Yeah.
And now it's just like, all right, let's see how everything unfolds.
And it didn't even feel like everything was just set up. It actually felt really engaging and interesting. So it's just credit to the writers and directors for putting that together, and the editors for making it not feel boring or clunky or anything like that. So it's great. So, does anyone need to buy a break? Obviously, now's a good time to go, folks, because we're not going to start the next episode. I think Sharon's going to turn up at 4 p.m. Eastern, or 9 o'clock as it is here for me, because that's when we were talking about it. So she probably took me at my word, being like, episode 4 will start at 9 p.m. because she's here in the UK like I am. So she'll probably turn up at 9 p.m. So now's a good time to go for a bio break if you need one, folks. Top up your drinks or anything like that. So, and I see questions popping in chat. I will ask them if they fit and if we have time. I don't know. I don't know how late Sharon will stay. I'm not going to like try and drag her out for hours and hours and hours, obviously. So, Josie's saying all the knives in the next episode. That was the thing of my second rewatch.
Oh, that's right, Maureen.
Yeah,
removing all of her knives.
Yeah,
that's like I feel like that's like a trope that's been in so many movies and shows at this point.
Yeah. I in the books, obviously, it's Matt who has to give up all the weapons.
That's right. Yeah. And Min and Tom are the ones with all the knives, really. Right? Like...
Yeah, they really are. But I think if we'd had Matt doing it in the show, it might have been cheesy. But Moraine doing it kind of made it not cheesy. I don't know.
I was not expecting it, for sure.
Yeah.
I definitely think it was unexpected. To see. We really don't see her use the knife much, maybe like once or twice. Or I feel like in season 2, she pulls out a knife on Varen, like when Varen confronts her about Rand being the dragon, and she uses the knife, I guess, around the same time with when the Fades attack. But yeah, didn't expect Moraine to start pulling out all those knives.
And some of them were like just little teeny tiny ones, just like little backups.
I think the wise ones were impressed.
They were. Yes. I think if they weren't already like in the, in the mode of doing the, what's the word I'm looking for here? Apologies.
Their speech, when they do the speech?
When they were also like in the process of doing the ceremony. I think if they weren't already in the middle of like parts of the ceremony, I think they would have given a bit more, like, wow, that's a lot of knives or something, or impressive for a wetland.
Yeah, there's something I forgot to mention too, like early in the episode when they're questioning Amiko and Joya, right? And I think it's in the last episode, right? They infer that there's still one other black sister unaccounted for. Yes,
I believe so.
Yeah. I mean, I would love to hear what the book readers, not the book readers, the show watchers think about that. I would love to get that insight from people.
Yeah.
Just because they're really playing that hard, that there's got to be one other black sister in the tower. So I would love to hear what people think, because we know a lot more.
Reading the books makes a difference, folks. So if you are a show watcher, go read the books. And apologies for the weird ending to book 1, and the really, really interestingly placed prologue to book 1 as well. Like, book 1 starts really interestingly and ends really confusingly.
You get a prize if you can explain what happened at the end of the first book.
I would say to people, like, the prologue to book 1 the prologue to book 1 is there so you can appreciate the ending of book 14 better.
Or at least, like, there's other reveals, I think, throughout the series that kind of color that in.
That's true. But like when you get back and then you start reading again, you're like, oh, so this is from 3,000 years ago, and blah, 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 blah. Like it kind of gives you a different appreciation for it. And you're like, it's got nothing to do with how book 1 starts, or anything that happens in book 1, really. But it's great to reread. Great on a reread.
So I have a question. This was another question that I guess is going to be left unanswered potentially. Who is the 8th Forsaken that was planned to be in the show?
In my book, it's Asmodean.
Okay, right, because we did see the statue of the guy with the guitar, right? One of the Forsaken statues, but they didn't put him in. Well, I don't know. Maybe he was planned to be in the next season. Like this is where he would have been, though, right? Because in the books, this is where he pops up. So you still think it was going to be Asmodean?
I still think it's Asmodean,
Okay.
and I still think that it was Bats and Myra that we see in 306.
Wait,
the guy
who?
with the hat.
Oh, Matt's admirer?
Yeah.
The guy who brings him the other.
The other I
bracelet?
still think it's him. That's my money is still there. So, yeah, that's where my money is.
Oh,
Where's your money, Joe?
I don't know. Like Tom was saying, he thinks there was going to be more Forsaken. Like that whole 8 Forsaken thing was just like a
red herring.
Another red herring. Like because. And I don't want to get so spoilery, but I'll mention a Forsaken. That's all I'm going to mention, and we won't talk about him. But like Dimondred, like how do you not put him in?
I just cut it all.
I mean, well, that's true. You're right. You just cut that whole part at the end.
Yeah.
I guess you could rewrite that whole part. I mean, he was such an interesting Forsaken, though. I mean, from book reader perspective, like where is he? Right, that was the whole question. Where is Dimondred? Where is he? Is that Dimondred? Is that Dimondred? Like every time a new character would pop up, it would be like, oh, is that Dimondred?
That's true. That's true. So it's possible.
And that was always fun.
Yeah, it was very much so. Okay, folks, it is almost 9 o'clock, and as promised, a wonderful person has come and joined us. So allow me to introduce for the first time here, and I'm very excited to see her, and we'll see her again in a few weeks at WoTCon. Please welcome the very talented and very wonderful Sharon Gillam. Hi, Sharon.
Hello.
Hi, Sharon.
How are you doing?
I'm fine. It's actually, I'm in Prague, and it's an hour later, so I'm like, oh my God, it's my bedtime. I'm fine.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't realize you were going to be in Prague. Sorry.
That's okay. It's okay. Absolutely fine.
I appreciate you joining us here. Yeah, we were debating the 8th Forsaken from the show, because obviously they didn't get revealed in season 3. So I won't get you to reveal anything if you do or don't know. So
all I know is what we've done. I don't know anything beyond that, unfortunately.
That's fair. So there's a lot of love coming in chat for you right now, which is great. So. But yeah, are you ready to watch the show?
I will say goodbye so that
thanks,
you
Joe.
can continue watching the show. Thank you, Rob, for having me. Sharon, great to meet you. I will hopefully get to talk to you at WoTCon in a couple of weeks. Big fan of yours.
Yeah, I appreciate you hanging, Joe.
Thanks a lot, Rob.
And
always a pleasure.
See you in Ohio. Bye, mate.
Bye.
Yeah, well, thank you for joining at like 10 o'clock at night, Sharon. I really appreciate that. Like, I didn't realize it was going to be quite that late for you.
No, I didn't realize until like yesterday, and then I thought I'm going to do it. I'm going to stay up really late.
Or hopefully you don't have to get up super early tomorrow for anything. So
well, yeah, I'm working actually tomorrow. We're shooting, so I do have to get up quite early, but it's fine. It's a pleasure.
Okay. Well, I promise we won't keep you super, super, super late, because it's already quite late. So we'll get going. People are absolutely losing their mind in chat. They're so happy to see you. Especially excited to hear you're in Prague. I'm sure they're all theorizing wonderful things. And they love the hat. Already seeing that. So
thank you.
But yeah. So if you're ready, we can press play on the episode, and we'll just have fun talking about all the wonderful things we see in it. So are you ready?
Me? Yeah, okay. I'm ready.
All right, press play, everybody, in 3, 2, 1, now. There we go. So we are just going to watch like the recap and that, because I have a timer on my window, and then anyone who pops in can keep up with where we are, and they can just skip to the time. So, but yeah, we did have. I already started a couple of questions people asked, which are not spoilery ones. So hopefully you feel comfortable sharing these. But if I ask anything that is something you can't talk about, feel free to be like, I can't say that. And they'll just have to imagine wonderful things. But Laura was wondering how many costumes were made just for episode 4.
I think I remember that we got up. I got up to like mood board number 29 with Moraine's costumes because we had to keep adding and adding in the characters that she was with. But I think she probably had about 15, and I think Rand. Everybody probably knows better than I do actually how many characters, how many costumes Rand had, but he did have those 5, 6 like ancestors, and then he also was a Forsaken, and he was also himself in the main. So I mean, it was a lot of costumes for 2 characters, I must say, in one episode. And when I reading the script, it was really exciting reading the script. It was, that rollover rig thing that Thomas Napper did was so fantastic, and you read that in the script. But at the same time, as this kind of like dawning horror of how many costumes just for one episode.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of costumes when you actually look, and for not much screen time for most of them.
No, exactly. But I've said it before, but you can't do any Moraine costumes in a rush. You can't half do them. Everything has to be done to the absolute best, to the highest quality that's worthy of her, and also because at that time we were assuming that we were going to keep going. So we'd have to, if we were going to make costumes that were going to be for the last battle, they had to be at that level. And there was a last battle. There was a last battle vision of Moraine's, which I don't know if people have seen the armor that Rob made that has the wings on the back, silver armor. That was hers.
Wow.
Yeah.
I think I must have missed this.
It was never shot. Oh, you mean the image of that armor?
The image of the armor, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's on Rob's Instagram and mine, but I haven't actually posted the full length costume yet, but we did actually make that costume for her, but then we ran out of time, and I think they ran out of money because Thomas wanted to have an enormous army. And then it was like, well, how many people can we get away with that makes it look like an enormous army? And Perrin was going to be in his armor, and Egwene was going to be Amarilyn, and we had lots of lovely ideas, but unfortunately, it had to fall by the wayside.
Yeah, time and money is probably a very common constraint on things like that, I imagine.
Yeah, exactly.
Some people in chat are saying they did get to see the armor, so I'm going to have to go hunting through the Instagram pages. So I love all of the costumes you've been posting. It's great to see, and every time I see something you post, and I was like, is that Rob's work by any chance? I often send Rob a message and be like, Rob, is that yours? I try to tell if I can tell if it's his.
I think you can tell when it's his. He's got such a distinctive style. But that's also what's so great about, having a workshop like that, where you have someone like Rob who has his style, but then you have someone like Michelle who did Elaine's armor in episode 1, which is very elegant and sort of like very fine work. And it's like, you can see the character of the character as well as the character of the person who made that costume through the style of their work, which is just fantastic on a show like this, where you need a broad range of looks and sort of feels even for each character.
Yeah, I have to say, watching particularly in this episode, because there's so much Aiel stuff, but for me, I run a live show with friends every week, and it's very Aiel themed. I'm their token wetlander, they're all Aiel. That's our gimmick. It's a lot of fun. Bjorn actually did an intro for us, which just I surprised them with it and they lost their minds. That's how Aiel we tried to be, and we all really, really love the Aiel outfits you've made for this season. They just feel like there's so many differences between all of them, but they all feel like the same as well, and it's just incredible to see. So
yeah, exactly. Well, that's what Rob's Rafe said at the beginning, that if you saw them from a distance, then they would all blend, but when you see them close up, you have to see these different clans. And I did a lot of research about the Aiel stuff, and I have got like pages of mood boards of stuff from the books about descriptions about the clans, and it's so complex, and the sort of hierarchies within the clans and so on. So we had to obviously really simplify it down. And also, Rafe also wanted at the Golden Bowl to have many clans really properly represented, in terms of the warriors and the warriors and all of the people who are gathering. But again, it's just not it's not. If the show had just been that episode, we could have done it, but the show is not that. The show is many things.
It's many things. Yeah, it's a lot to pull together. I did see the like the breakdown, the CGI effects that's one of the departments shared, and huge numbers of people is not always doable when you have to have smaller numbers, and it's very impressive how it all comes together. So
yeah, exactly. I think Andy Scrace, who's the VFX supervisor, did such an incredible job to fill in all that sort of empty space and make it feel populated. And I mean, also in this episode, the breaking and so on, that whole sequence was just kind of magically horrific, but like just so beautifully done. And it felt really original to me. I mean, I'm not like a super fantasy aficionado, but I just thought that it was just such an elegance to the way he did it all. That's quite incredible. And yes, we only had I think we had 100 Aiel warriors in total on that day at the Golden Bowl. So we only had 50 or something like 60 Shaido and 60 and 40 Tardad, or the other way around. So what they did to reproduce them was quite amazing.
Yeah, that's incredible. Were you there on set when they were filming that?
I was indeed. Yes, we were in in some artificial dunes in South Africa, and it was so hot because it was already summer in South Africa, and the dunes is like it's like a mirror, that it's completely white sand, and the set was down in a dip in that environment, so the heat just concentrated in that dip, so this is in episode 8 obviously, but it was really difficult for the actors. It was difficult for everybody because you're walking, what it's like walking on sand, where it's sort of like walking through water. It's really hard work, and the actors had to go down into this dip, perform, and then get out again. So it was like a massive effort.
Yeah, the actress who plays Melaine, she actually posted on Instagram that in the scene that made it into the TV show in episode 5, when she slightly leans back during the scene, it's actually her slightly fainting from heat stroking effects, because it was so hot. So it's incredible. The chat is loving this collection of mood boards, and they're begging to get, obviously, this requires someone from the executives or whatever making it, but they were like, we need to see where's the actual, make sure I get the quote here right. They need to see basically a collection of your mood boards. It's an art book is what they would love to see. Like if they could see that, would be amazing. I imagine that'd be a very, very big book.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I have thought about it, about how, and people have said to me, people I'm working with now have said, you should make a book because there's so much to show, and there's so much of the, it's not just the photographs, like the stills, it's also the process. And I think people are really interested in that, and especially fans of the books, because they want to see where I took those pieces from and what that inspiration was, and where the Robert Jordan stuff is really featured, which it is. And I mean, on Instagram, I'm always trying to make it clear how much I use the books as obviously as the starting point, but really got as much out of it as I possibly could, wrung out as much detail and incorporated it into the costumes. And it would be really nice to share that. I mean, it just all takes time, but I am really, really keen on the idea. And because the show's been cancelled, I am talking to people at Sony and sort of at Amazon about how it could happen, because I also want to do an exhibition before the costumes all get separated off. And I just want to sort of like try and capitalize on the fact that there's all this interest. And I am in Prague. I'm not working on the Wheel of Time. I wish I could say I was. But the costumes are here in Prague, and I do have access to them. So in theory, there's something like that could happen. And if not, putting a book together would be a really lovely experience. And to include, as I said, all the process and the way that people who made things and how they made things and how the conversations sort of evolved between me and those people in order to create what you see on screen. Because it's, I like posting stuff on Instagram as well that shows that process and shows even just at the illustration stage of how many ideas are gone through before you get to that costume illustration or drawing, and then it gets reinterpreted by the makers, which is, it's all like a magical process, really.
I mean, I think we just broke Google with everyone trying to figure out how to get to Prague for an exhibition. I would absolutely skip work to go visit an exhibition. I've seen your work in person. I was lucky enough to visit during the set 2 visits that they invited a whole bunch of people out for. I've seen some of the costumes in person, not the ones you're bringing to WoTCon, which I'm very, very excited to see. But they are incredible. Like, the work of you and all your team is insane, and that was such an experience. I think literally people are putting in chat right now, checking ticket prices to Prague.
I haven't done it. I haven't started yet, but I started talking about it. But it's nice to know that people are interested and that they would come, because Prague is also a beautiful place to visit.
It is.
It's like you'd come here because you love Prague and you want to see the history and the beautiful buildings, and then this would be like a bonus. And I have all these ridiculous ideas about, the way I'm trying to pitch it is like, there's fans all over the world, so it could be a touring exhibition, and it could be merchandise, which I know that the fans of the show are also really interested in, because there has been none, which is just such a missed opportunity, Anyway, let's see. Watch this space, because I am very keen to do it, but it's not happening yet. It's not.
Yeah, everyone calm down. But just know, Sharon, you have a world of support. If you manage to make it come to fruition, you have a world of support for it. And Prague, I can vouch for this, folks. I run a convention in Prague now. I've been there many times. Like, Prague is worth a visit. Put it on your bucket list if you haven't been. It is absolutely stunning. There's a character that's just appeared in the episode that we're all supposed to be watching, but we're all captivated by you, Sharon. It's just appeared. Savannah. I detest Savannah in the books, and I am enthralled by Savannah in the show. Everything about her, the outfit is incredible. I am just... how did you come up with that? I need to ask, because just everything about Savannah and the way she looks is captivating, is the only word I can use for it.
Yeah, well, so because we shot all these sort of IEL scenes, so the majority of them we shot right at the end of the shooting schedule. So we shot every episode excluding the IEL sections when we were in South Africa. So it was like a year after we started, and the Savannah was. So I didn't actually kind of consciously work on her costume until it was quite late on, and even towards just before we left Prague and went to South Africa. And we'd sort of, I had all these ideas about the Shaido and how they should look, and their sort of their general color palette and so on, and their shapes were, the warriors were that. And I started doing Savannah as a warrior, kind of like as a maiden of the spear, and Rafe was really busy, and so we went through this process of doing the fittings and making a costume, and then we went to South Africa. And then when we were in South Africa and we were doing more fittings with Natasha, and he was like, you just need to like dial it up a bit, because she's meant to be like Lady Suroth of season 3. And I was like, what? Hang on a minute, what? And anyway, so we had a very, very short space of time in which to create her characters and her look, and so I'd had all these fabrics that I'd been traveling. Like at the beginning of the show, I'd bought loads of fabric, went to India, bought fabrics, went to London. I'd bought that porcupine hide, which had been in my office, rolled up in my office for like 9 to 10 months. And I thought, and so the Marines hat, the hat was also created in South Africa. And I always like making connections between things that, that are subliminal or not. And so we made her hat. And I think all the way along, I'd had this porcupine hide in mind. And then, that was episode 8, but as you know, all of her costumes were made at the same time and created at the same time. So I wanted her to be like incredibly sort of sexy, for want of a better word, just like a really attractive, dangerous, attractive woman, a bit like Suroth actually, in that sense of like, you're kind of intrigued and you have kind of fallen in love with them despite yourself and despite the fact that you know they're awful, but they just look so gorgeous that you want to keep looking. Anyway, so we kind of binned this idea of the Maiden of the Spear and then just started creating something that was much more dramatic for her. And all these fabrics, so that the fabric that she's wearing, the fabric of the dress that she's wearing in episode 4 is from India. So it's got like this sort of, it's like a fabric that's been stitched as it's been created. So it looks very kind of rock-like. It's got like a really interesting textured surface. And then the headdress, this was also a fabric that I've been carrying around and moving and putting in my office. And then it went to South Africa. And I knew that I wanted to create something really wild for her that was just like, that was really distinctive, but didn't feel like it was trying too hard, which probably sounds like a joke to everybody watching or listening to me. But the fabric itself it's another fabric that's stitched as it's manufactured, so it has a very sculptural feel to it. And I had a head block, which is what you make hats on. It's like a wooden head in my office, and I just knew that fabric was there. I was like, well, what can I do with this? And because it's so sculptural, you kind of just lift it, you just move it, and it goes into a really interesting shape. And I like things on heads. Lots of directors and showrunners don't like it because they think they just get freaked out by headdresses. But fortunately, Rafe, in fact, in season 2, Rafe said to me, I don't like hats. And we did, and Kyrian, because that was quite very early on in my days on the Wheel of Time. The women had those headdresses, but I put berets on a lot of the people in the crowd because it was a French-Japanese mix. Mm-hmm. And he told the ADs to take all the hats off everybody. And I kind of went to say, anyway, blah, 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 cut to Suroth had a massive thing on her head. Lanfear had a massive thing on her head. And then I think Rafe just gave up and just like went, yeah, whatever, okay, carry on. And I remember making this headdress for Savannah and just thinking, this is really bonkers. But she can carry it off because she's so really tall, Natasha. And she's so beautiful and striking. And her costume, in the shape of her costume, is actually quite simple. And it's like in the ideal world, if you want to prove something, you haven't got loads and loads of things at your fingertips. You're not going to be able to make a Suroth type elaborate headdress. But what could you make that's quite simple but really dramatic and also kind of echoes the landscape and the rock, again, the texture of rocks and so on. Anyway, so I put it together, and then Natasha came in and her eyes kind of widened, but she's such a good sport. She just went, yeah, go on then. And she and so we put it on, and she put it on, I just knew it was going to be amazing on her. It just looks, because it has that Wheel of Time feel of something that's like from another period you can't specify. It feels a bit Egyptian, but it's not Egyptian. It's something else, but it feels tribal. It sort of ticked lots of boxes. And sometimes things happen like that without any planning, which is kind of the best. It's the most fun when you make something just on the spur of the moment, and then it's like, that's going to work. And I knew that some people would hate it. Some people, I get it, you know, like I'm not expecting everybody to love every costume I make, and that's fair enough. That's fine. You know, some are more successful than others, whatever. But anyway, I just thought I was really happy with the way that looked and the way that she looked.
Well, I'm a massive Savannah fan now as a result of her look and the performance from Natasha. Like she's incredible. And yeah, like you said, you can't please everybody. Like not everyone likes everything about everything. That's human nature. If everyone liked everything would be pointless, you know. So
yeah, and everything would be bland because it would all be the same.
Yeah, that's so true. That's so true. I love the. Someone put it very right in chat. Not Rafe committing hat blasphemy in front of Sharon. that's so good. So wonderful. Yeah, Savannah's is a massive hit. Am I right in thinking you're bringing the porcupine outfit from episode 8 to WoTCon in a few weeks?
Yes. Yes. That is one of the costumes that's coming. That's
amazing. That's absolutely amazing. You're so delighting all the fans that are watching with this. It's amazing. You are by far the favorite, I think, of all the people that post things out on Instagram and interact with the fans. You know, I don't think anyone. I don't know if you know this, and I'm going to tell you on behalf of the fans, but for very obvious reasons and reasons we understood and respected, actors and writers and other people, they couldn't post during season 2, like the build up and the season because of the strikes, and no one was begrudging them that. Everyone was supporting them, but we like to say that you kept us going through the longing of season 2 because you were able to post things and you were sharing costume details with us when you could and post season, and honestly, you gave so much hope to people, and they just you are very, very much loved. So yeah, it's the costume stuff is very much appreciated. But yeah,
well, you know, it's a pleasure, and I'm really happy that it kind of filled that gap in that period. But also, you know, like I'm always saying it, and I kind of will keep saying it until the day I die. But it's, you know, first of all, I'm really proud of what we did, and I really respect the fan base of these books so much. And also, I just want people to see what my team did, you know, because it's a project like this is absolutely not about one person at all. It's about a real collaboration and a real way of, you know, working together and being creative, and what creativity can really be if you are given as much freedom as we were given. And I've never worked on anything like this before in my life, and I'm like a child. I just kind of want to talk about it, and I want to show people more stuff. It's so sad to think that all you ever see is what was on screen, because, you know, when you, especially in a series, everything gets edited down so much. You know, there's not always behind the scenes photographers. There weren't any until like 2/3 of the way through season 3. So, you know, in the end, I ended up just saying to my team, and so did Davina, can you just take some really good on-set pictures with your iPhone and upload them to you know, our group, because otherwise we're just not going to have a record of these things, and that's such a shame. Because people, I mean, I know when I was sort of started in this world, I love watching behind the scene things. I love reading books and seeing the detail of the process of how people make things. And if there is nothing, it's on a project of this scale, it just seems like a waste. That's why. So I'm sort of addicted, I suppose. But
no, I completely agree. I was the kid who bought the extra extended DVD versions of movies so I could listen to director's commentary and watch behind the scenes things and stuff like that. So I completely understand. I'm in that category too. My current phase that I'm going through is the stunt work. I love seeing the stunt work behind the scenes and how they practice and previs and stuff like that. But yeah, how many people do you actually have in the team, roughly, Sharon? Do you know? I've seen the group photo, and there's all on that big framework that you took, which is such a great photo. Yeah,
that was we call that Haley's Tower. It was the crowd costumes that in season 3, we had specially built to put all the Shanshan stuff was all at the top, but then everything else was loaded onto that because we just ran out of space in the studio to have things lined up in rows on the ground. I think by the time we finished, there were between 160 and 170 people in my department, in the costume department, including all the standby departments. So all the people on set, all the crowd dressers, and then the crowd team who were like dressing, like fitting people. So, there's all the people making things, but then there's all the people in the periphery and people in production, the drivers. Like, we got everybody in there. We got everybody in that photo. Because again, it's like everybody has a part to play. Even if you're just the person who receives fabric and then has to put it in the washing machine and then iron it, that's part of the process. Yeah. And all of those people are valuable because we couldn't, if that person wasn't there, we wouldn't be able to do the next stage, So yeah, it's a huge department, and it got bigger and bigger, especially in season 3, because of the writers' strike. They sort of fast-tracked the scripts, so they were all written before the writers' strike started. And normally you'd have like, you'd go through versions of the scripts and they would be reduced because there isn't, the first draft is always enormous, like everything what the writers could possibly think of, they shove into those drafts. And normally it would be reduced, but we couldn't reduce anything because of the strike. So we just had to shoot what it was. So that it just escalated. And, episode 4 is a case in point of all those stories.
I mean, it's not a bad thing in my book. I'm sure it's a bad thing in an executive's book somewhere, but it's not a bad thing in my books. So, I'm glad to see it. It's an enormous project, and you often see people say how big their teams are and such, but never really give shout outs to everyone, and you're very good for doing that, Sharon. I love that you do that. I'm looking at the episode now because I am trying to remember that we're talking about this. It's the idea here, folks, is to watch the episode, build up the numbers so we can pressure Sony and Amazon and Apple and other people to be like, hey, let's make more of this, because everyone needs to see the passion. This project needs to be made. I'm also in love with Cedre's outfit that comes from the second of Rand's visions that I think Judith wore.
Yeah.
But that was originally designed for a different concept, I think, where she was going to be like the first Maiden of the Sphere or something. That was her part originally.
Oh, was it?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I do know that was what she originally was, but I don't know if the outfit
because she puts the spear in the ground, you mean?
Yes.
First? Yes. Well, when we were doing all of Rand's ancestors, there was a massive amount to get through, again, like to kind of really delineate between those different groups, but certainly some of the earlier ones, because obviously when you get to Age of Legends, it's very clear and so on. But and I did probably more with him, with his character and his ancestors, try to keep that idea of the Aiel Cadin sword being like developed through the ages, or how it's sort of, it's a mix of that, and then also the Tuatan, I don't know how you pronounce it, sorry.
We always say, well, you can say it however you want. That's something the fandom is very good for. As long as the other person knows what or who you're talking about, it doesn't matter how you say it, and we know what you mean. But most people say Tuatharon, but you can say the Tinkers. That's the same thing. If it's easier.
Okay. But wanted to keep the colors of that universe in there, and the idea of the sort of warrior look and the uniform that we had created for the Maidens of the Spear. Wanted to keep that kind of going through. But I guess with Cialdra, we called her.
Cialdra, okay.
She was part of the sort of Tinker's crossover world. So she didn't have, I mean, her headdress, I guess, is quite armor-like, that. But in fact, her costume, I didn't have like a really clear direction with her, to be honest, because I think we were so focused on Mandane at the time that and all the other people in that in Ruidian, all those other
the other chiefs.
Yeah. And then her part was, it's obviously very important, but when now you're talking about it now, I'm like, oh my God, did I miss a trick? I could have done something maybe a bit more dynamic.
Oh no, she looks great, honestly. So yeah, I don't think you've missed anything. I think she looks wonderful. I was just curious because Rafe had said that she was initially cast to be, there was an extra scene where she was going to be the first maiden of the spear, and I was curious if that costume had been made with that scene in mind, or if it was made for the scene that appeared in the show. That was
it was made for the scene that appeared in the show.
Okay.
And because I think that I wonder if that scene was something that was even in the writer's room and was not even mentioned to us, because I don't remember him talking about her in that way. But like I said, there was so much to do in that episode that I had to have one assistant costume designer just to deal with Rand's visions and the people in Rand's visions. So I had one ACD we were working on Rand's costumes amongst many other things. But every other character and all the background, that was somebody else's job, just to research that, just to organize that, to hire some of the costumes, to bring it all in and then organize it, coordinate it, have some things made. So because it's like, the Rand story is like a film in itself, let alone Moraine and everything else going on in that episode.
Yeah, it really could have been a movie. It was so much. It comes together so well. People are I remember there was a discussion about and I forget where I heard this, but Yosha didn't get much time pre-filming or anything to spend like in the costumes, and so just kind of came in, tried them on, and then almost kind of went and filmed.
Oh, I know it was more involved than that. I don't know where that was from, because Yosha was so into it, and so like he did such an incredible job, because he's so into the character. He's read the books, and he is. I remember when I first met him, he's a really serious young man, and he takes the whole thing incredibly seriously, as he should. But with those characters, Davina had come up with the concepts for the prosthetics and so on, and then I was coming up with the concepts for his costumes, and we had many fittings, and he also had lots of tryouts with the prosthetics, and lots of conversations with Thomas, the director, and they did lots of improvisations and workshopping. And he wanted to have different body shapes. He wanted to feel different, physically feel different. He wanted, and we talked, having sleeves that were shorter, or trousers that were shorter to make him look younger. And when we did our final fittings with him, when he had prosthetics, hair and makeup, and prosthetics and costume combined, he would go away. He went away to like a rehearsal room for an hour and just was in that character, and he did it for all of them.
Wow.
So it really wasn't that at all. It was the opposite, actually. It was much more considered, and he spent a lot of time focusing on that and really sitting with the character on his own or with Thomas to really and doing lots of physical movement stuff as well. So no, and also like with some of those makeups, he was in the makeup chair for hours. There was no way he could just get dressed and go onto the set.
Yeah, chat has actually popped in and said I've misunderstood Yosha's poster about doing that, where he's said like I've been dressed up and then in the full put together outfit with prosthetics and makeup and costume, and then been able to sit for, like you say, for an hour and work on his character. So thank you for clarifying that, because I've clearly misunderstood Yosha there. It's do you have a favorite of the ones that you made for Yosha in this episode, of all the different ancestor outfits? Was there one that you really enjoyed or preferred or anything like that? I mean, I predicted that you might say you like them all, but I was curious if you did have a favorite.
I did like them all, and it was interesting, like I said, to sort of show this journey of his character and sort of keep it like in some kind of a couple of themes going all the way through, and how that's, and like as a costume designer, that's a really nice brief because it's quite restricted, but you have to expand it within each little universe or environment. Sorry. But I loved The Age of Legends was my favorite, to be honest.
Yeah, that's great.
That androgynous kind of look. And that was, yeah, sort of like, that was the real Cadin saw sort of, well, the Maidens of the Spear sort of, and all of the Shaido, the warriors, the all of the Aiel warriors have this sort of like a sort of breastplate-ish thing made out of leather, and his was, you know, made out of fabric and so on, and it had all the kind of fastenings, and it was a bit like military, that sort of nod to what do you call it, bulletproof vest kind of vibe, which sort of echoed the warriors sort of look, which was in fact one of the starting points for the Aiel warriors costumes were modern military paraphernalia, the kind of, you know, flak jackets and things like that, bulletproof vests, that was reinterpreted through the Aiel world in leather or in fabric or in textiles, whatever, based on my ideas, which I sort of expanded through Robert Jordan into the Aiel, the warriors outfits. Oh no, though actually each Aiel tribe. I can't remember if it's a clan or a tribe. Clan. I like the idea that they would be, that their outfits were influenced by the environment that they'd been in, or something to do with the landscape that they lived in or had moved through. And so, like, the Shaido is about camouflage, and that was how we developed the print that they had in the sort of like much darker kind of palette. And then this idea that some of them would be, if they'd gone to the, they traveled really far, and they'd actually gone to places where there were leaves and trees and things, that the leaves and trees would have become like a kind of sacred thing, that they would maybe put a leaf onto their clothing, and the sun would dry it, and it would leave like a negative shadow on their clothing that became part of their look. So anyway, it was all very elaborate, and my Aiel mood boards are much clearer than I am at the moment. Oh dear! But
it's very late at night. It's late at night. I think you're being very clear, Sharon.
It does make sense.
It does make sense. I so often listen to you talking about the costumes and how you put things together that I feel like you know the books as well as Sarah Nakamura sometimes, because you know there's so many things you talk about or mention or influences. And I remember this when I was in Prague and we talked to you about some of the Shanshan costumes, and you said the horns made out of raven feathers on.
Oh yeah.
I think it was it Suroth's outfit? I think
it was Suroth. Yeah, on her sort of headdress thing.
Yeah, and how that had fit with your influences that you'd been using, and then we said, well, you know, ravens are actually a very integral part of Shanshan culture and history in the books, and it just blows my mind how. It is like you've studied the books endlessly in detail to do what you do. It's always humbling to see.
Oh, thank you. But I mean, you know, like, it is all about research, and it is about having someone like Sarah who can feed in all this information, which gives you like a really good sort of like chewy base to work from. And but there's probably things. I mean, what I also love is when the book readers kind of go, oh, did you do that because of this? And I didn't, but I do feel, and I said this to someone the other day, I feel like Robert Jordan's talking to me across the universe somehow, because the Raven thing, that was not, I don't remember reading that. It was a thing that happened, and I liked it because it wasn't it wasn't hair, it was something else, and also because of the Mesoamerican influence that we've been trying to get into the Shongshan. And the feathers was one of the things that I wanted to put in, but we didn't want to make it too obvious or too obviously kind of Aztec-y. But it came in through the back door kind of thing and made so much sense. And then it had this deeper significance to the book readers, which was amazing. I mean, that, you know, I think when you're so immersed in something like this and your mind is going a million miles a minute and you've got like so many things that you want to express. And I do love putting, you know, bringing in as many proper references from the books as possible. That just gives me so much pleasure. And then, you know, to have that feedback and for people to see it and realize that I was really listening. I am really trying to do it as best as I possibly can. It's really nice to have that acknowledgement, I must say.
Yeah, it's something I see a lot of fans talking about whenever they look at your costumes, and there's always things that they connect with to the characters where if they recognize something from the books or from the culture or anything like that. They always, I see references all the time, like, well, that's so perfect for this because they do this, or they have that heritage in their family, or, you know, they go to this place and they pick up this habit or things like that. I see these comments all the time. So it very much comes through to the fans. You know, it's amazing. And they're also, chat is dying that you see that you're like, RJ is talking to me from across the universe. They're loving that. So it's very beautiful. We talked a lot about Rand. We're on to the Moraine scene in the book where she's in the rings. That dress that she wears has an insanely long skirt to it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And Rosamund shared that she came up with the concept of the rings, had the like floating in the rings and such, from some sort of water therapy thing that she tried out, or, you know, like it was a massage thing or something. It was a very floating type experience, and then it gave the dress huge proportions to make it obviously visually very, very dramatic and impactful on the screen. How long was that dress? Because it looks very, very long.
That's a good question, actually. The skirt, I don't know. It was probably, I mean, a normal skirt's like a meter and a half, something, 1 meter 20 long from the waist to the ground. But at least double that. So it was probably like 3 or 4 meters long. But I mean, I think when I was reading the script and starting to understand what Ruidian was, and you know, and sort of seeing that through Thomas's eyes as well. I mean, Thomas Napper is an amazing director. He has so much vision, and he also is a real fan of the books, and he knows so much about the books. If you ever talk to him, he has read the books that are relevant to what we were shooting, and beyond probably. But he's also another person who's really open, and so you know, Moraine's already wearing that brown skirt as part of the journey through the Aiel Waste. And I love drama. There's a fashion photographer called Tim Walker who does really amazing, sort of fantastical photographs of fashion, but they're like painterly, they're like kind of so beautiful. And I've always got him, I guess, in the back of my mind, Alexander McQueen and people like that. But I just thought this is an opportunity to just go go poetic, because it is poetic. You know, it's not what's happening. It's all these visions and it's almost like dreamlike state. Well, in that case, why can't we just dial that up in the costumes as well, in her costume, and also that fabric was an amazing weight. And the other key part of this mix is Rosamund, who, all I need to do is say, how about if we make your skirt 3 times longer than it is normally? She's like, yes. You know, there's no debate. It's just everybody's on the same page. So by sort of having that skirt and all I mean, you don't really see that much of it in the final edit. But, you know, I think it also helps with the actor. Like, it always helps her, because it just turns it into, she starts going into this parallel universe, and, you know, you're kind of she's taken with it, we're taken with it by something strange is happening that we can't quite see or understand. But, you know, I'm always trying to support the actor always trying to support the story with what I'm doing, and it's a fantasy show, so it's fantastical. Let's do it.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It makes for a stunning visual. You can't tell how long the skirt is on screen. It just looks like it's flowing around a lot. But if you actually, as soon as that post went up, you look back at the scene and think, yeah, that skirt is not the normal length it was before she walked into the rings there. So
yeah, exactly.
It's the power of fantasy and the way the visuals are working there from Thomas. It blended so well together. It's great. Have you ever made a costume? Going back to Sarah for a second, did you ever make a costume that really surprised Sarah, or that she really was like, "Oh my god, how did you do this?" Because
Go on.
Oh, just because of how much she does know, I imagine it's quite difficult to surprise her with something.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I can't think of something that surprised her, to be honest. You'd have to ask her. Because I think we were always so busy. Like, Sarah was such a fantastic resource, and she kind of, she gave me all the information, and then we went away and did our thing. And I know that she was very complimentary when she saw things on set, when things actually appeared. And I know that Justine also said to me when we did Avienda, I mean, this is not a surprise, her costume, but she said that's exactly how I saw her when I was reading the books. Justine, who, she wants to showrunner, who wrote some of the episodes, Justin Gilmer. And I can't think of anything, or maybe Suroth, actually. I don't think Sarah quite expected that.
I mean, there's a lot to Suroth, so that she's that's the whole presence of Suroth is very imposing and very dramatic. So I could see that surprising someone. It's a costume I wish you could bring to WoTCon for people to see, because seeing it in person was something very, very special.
I remember all those Shanshan costumes. Go on.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh no, I remember when we walked in, we were so fascinated by the costume. We almost walked all over the skirt without realizing, because it was draped across the floor, and we always got close. Oh no, don't step, because there's just so much to it, and the detail is just beyond description how much detail is in these costumes. So I'm very excited to see the costumes you're bringing. What other costumes are coming to WoTCon apart from Savannah's stunning porcupine outfit?
The porcupine one.
Yeah.
Elaida's Amarilyn costume, the last costume, and Moraine's armor, the armor breastplate thing with the old tongue written in it and written inside it. You know about that, don't you?
Yes.
Everyone knows about that, I assume.
That one blew everyone's minds. I remember I actually wrote to Rob and I was like, that is, I sent him a message and like, this is, I could tell it was his work, but I was like, what you've done after Sharon's posted about it, I was like, this is absolutely incredible. I cannot believe it. So that
was also like, was amazing. That was a kind of happy accident, of like, well, because Rob's always very method as well. He's like, well, tell me something about this character, or tell me where they come from, or what are their ideas, or what are their philosophies, or what do they dream about, and it's like, that also opens up loads of ideas creatively as well. When somebody asks me a question like that, it's not just like, it's got to, she does this action and it needs to function like this. It's much deeper than that. So it's always much more interesting. And then the other one is Lanfear. Well, actually, it's not a costume that she ever wore on camera. Those costumes, the yin and yang kind of Lanfear, dramatic, very fashion-y pictures that I've been posting that were taken in South Africa. So that costume, so it's the black sort of like crunchy shoulder piece cape thing, and then the white dress that's really fine and transparent. And that costume, the black part, the cape part, was really, really long. I love things that are dramatic. I don't know. I have such a penchant for like majorly dramatic.
I've gone hunting through Instagram now. Is it this one?
Yes. Yeah. So that costume was the white dress underneath she wore on its own in one scene, the scene with Rand in the forest, which is in episode 8, and then the black shoulders she also wears, and I'm not sure if it's episode 7 or 8. No, probably 8, because 7 is the Battle of Two Rivers. And that fabric was really long, like that, the black fabric. And the director said, oh, you need to cut it shorter because it's too dangerous and she might trip over on the rocks by the sea. And I was so heartbroken.
Oh, no.
That I was going to have to chop it shorter. So I arranged with Natasha. I said to her, would you be up for doing like a quick photo shoot? And we've met this photographer in South Africa, in Cape Town, and I paid him to have like an hour in his studio with him photographing her. And we kind of kidnapped Natasha and told the producers that I was going to take her shopping or something or another. And we took her in costume and we did that photo shoot in secret. And then I kept the photographs.
That is incredible.
Because I just wanted to have a record of those two elements together, of the black and the white together, because we never used it on set. We never used that combination in the shooting. And anyway, so that costume, those two pieces are together in one costume for Lanfear. That's the other costume that's coming. It was incredibly difficult to decide what to send to Sony because it was for the pre-Emmys thing. Of all the costumes that there are, it's like, how do you choose like your favorite children out of so many costumes, because I'm being asked at the moment to choose 20 costumes out of the whole of the Wheel of Time seasons to keep, for Sony to keep in their museum kind of, in their storage that they would use for exhibitions and stuff. And it's like, how can I choose? How can I possibly whittle it down to so few costumes? Like Lanfear's probably got 20 costumes that I would want to show. And Moraine, actually. Especially in episode 4, because Moraine does have all these different costumes that are, some of them were from previous seasons, but some of them were specially made, like the one that we never used that was for the last battle. And we recreated the Rob's shoulders from season 1, the bolero, the leather bolero that she wore in one of those. But we changed the costume under the dress underneath. So, there's so many beautiful costumes for Moraine that I could easily find 20 of those. So I wish I could be bringing more, but I'm actually delighted that I'm bringing anything to WotCon because I never expected Sony to agree to it, to be honest. So it's very exciting, and I think people will really enjoy just seeing the ones that we do have.
Yeah, I did joke. I said I hope they come with their own security guards. I know the people at WotCon the fans who will tell about WotCon will absolutely not damage, destroy, do anything wrong. Will absolutely make sure they're kept pristine and will follow any rules required. But I did joke, like, I hope they come with security guards because they are highly loved and highly. I mean, I'm sure I've posted several times on social media. How do I get a copy of Perrin's vest or Perrin's armor? He's my favorite character, so I'm very partial to his outfits for that. And I was like, how do I get this? I was like, Rob, So yeah, I don't think as a fan I could pick 20 outfits from the show, or the outfits you and your team have made. So I absolutely do not understand how they could ask you to pick just 20. That's a huge task. Hopefully they've given you plenty of time, or I don't. Maybe that's hard. Maybe that's worse for you. That would give you more time.
It is. The longer you have, the more you deliberate. Exactly.
Oh wow. How the FYC stuff is still happening at the moment for the nominations. Fans have obviously been sharing that around. Is there anything more fans could do? Because I've lost the post now, but your costumes have been, Sony and Amazon have put them forward for the Emmy consideration.
Yeah, exactly. And so now the voting finishes on Monday. That's the last day of voting. I mean, the thing about the Emmys, I'm sort of not holding my breath because it's if it was voted for by the fans, I think I'd be very excited and optimistic. But it's not, doesn't work like that. It's quite a political thing. It's, you know, it's to do with you have to be a member of the academy, and costume designers vote for costume designers. And really, I think a lot of people haven't heard of me, and weirdly, apparently, a lot of people haven't heard of the Wheel of Time in many places. And so, you know, it's about what you've heard, what you know, and what you've heard of, and the people you know, and all of that kind of thing. So I've been kind of pushing for it and going for it, because I just said to Chloe, one of my assistants, like, I may never have this opportunity again, so I'm just going to try and push for as much as I possibly can, so I can never say, if only I had tried a bit harder. But, you know, I'm aware, I think I'm quite realistic about it. And I just the fact of what you said earlier, which is like, people love the fact that I'm posting things and they're interested. You know, I didn't do this show because I wanted to win awards. I did it because I love the material, you know, and I love the just pure, like I said, the pure creativity of it, and all of the information. And it's just so detailed and so chewy and so in depth and so exciting and sort of multi-layered. And it's like, you know, I want people to know about it, but I didn't do it so that I would have a statue on my mantelpiece, my non-existent mantelpiece.
Well, we think you deserve all the awards. Is there a hashtag, a person we could tag, like on social media? Like, what could we do to at least try and help you spread the word to those that can vote for you?
I suppose it's, you know, well, if I've been putting Television Academy, you could hashtag that. You can hashtag Costume Design Guild, which is not now, but those people are the people who will vote for stuff like this. And that's all I know, really. To be honest, I am just equally as much of a novice about this as you are. But I think, yeah, I mean, or FYC, that's also, you know, hashtag FYC is something that comes up, but I just don't know how the algorithm works. I don't know if, you know, I don't know if hashtags do anything, to be honest. I do it because I'm like old school, and I think that's what you're supposed to do, but I like, have no idea. Yeah.
I also have no idea how social media works, so don't worry there.
Yeah.
It's you did win. It's not an Emmy, but the fans did do our own award show a while ago, hosted by Talk Around Riyadh, and you did win an award there. Mel, please tell me in chat which one it was specifically. But we did award you a wheelie. Mel's going to give you the information on, because I don't have that to hand. We have sent that to you. Has it arrived yet? We'd love for you to put that on your mantelpiece.
No, did you send it to my home?
Mel said it was sent care of United Talent, so hopefully that will make its way to you.
That's my agent. Okay, well, I'll have to chase that up, because I haven't seen it. Or yeah, I will definitely ask about that tomorrow.
Wonderful. We did a range of awards, and then we sent out. I say we, like I did. I was just one of the votees and watchers. But Talker on Riyadh and Melindra, they put together best costume for Vindictive Lanthier. So I mean, that was a very good costume. So yeah,
I'll take a photo with it when I finally get it.
Absolutely wonderful. I know it's getting very, very late, so I don't want to keep you too late. The episode is starting to wrap up anyway, so maybe we'll just end it on like a fun question. I'll let you go, because you do have to work tomorrow, and I don't want to send you to work like epically tired or anything. So one fun question to wrap it up with, and this one comes from Rapunzel, and I saw this immediately, and I thought I have to ask this at some point, especially after your comments about it. How many hats do you own, Sharon?
Well, you know what? I'm in Prague, and so I'm not even at home. And I've got, like, on the table down there, I've probably got about 8. And then this job that we're doing, we had to get some hats for some reason, and they've all seemed to have made their way into my apartment. So there's like another 5 or 6. And I've got a drawer full of berets and stuff like that, and beanies. So And at home, I have no idea. They're all up in the loft, but I've probably got like 50 or something, 40 over 30. I don't know. A lot.
That's
And as
absolutely
I've got
amazing.
older, I've just worn hats more and more, and now it's like a trademark thing. So people, when I don't wear a hat, they're like, oh, people don't recognize me, or like, whoa, you've got a forehead. I've never seen your forehead before. It's weird.
I mean, I do remember in Prague you were wearing a very beautiful hat then. So it was a one of your berets.
A beret,
was,
yeah, it
yeah.
was.
To be specific, but it was. I think a type of purple, maybe. I'm terrible.
It
at
was
colors, so I do
green. It
apologize.
was green.
It was green.
I
Okay,
was a
see, I am
green. I was a
terrible with colors.
warrior. I was a warrior on that day. I was terrified. And I do remember when you guys all had turned up, and it had these journalists coming in like one by one, and they were all very it was very quiet and calm. And I just remember because I didn't quite know what to expect from you guys. But anyway, and then it was like the doors burst open of that stage, that area where we had the Shanshan and we had the White Tower set up and everything. And people just like stormed in, and it was so fantastic. I just loved it. It's just like watching people. It's like a stampede of people coming into that room. It was absolutely brilliant. Yeah.
It was a very magical experience. I cannot be thankful enough for that whole trip. It was incredible. But to walk around sets and to see costumes that I would never expected to see in person was insane. I do remember the Amazon assistants and like the people from the social team that were with us and that kept trying to be like, we need to move on. And we were all just talking so much. It was like, no, we need more time,
Exactly. Well, that's it. Like it's not enough, is it? It's just you always want to go deeper. You want to look closer. You want to see things really close up and that's why, again, I'm really happy about bringing these costumes because I think that actually the bodyguard or whatever is going to be me. I think it's me in that room. But I'll be there to answer questions and show people things, and I'm really happy to do that. Ad infinitum, ad nauseum. Very happy to do that.
Yeah. I know everyone is really, really excited to see them and to see you, and I'm sure ask you 1,000 questions. And thank you so much for being with us tonight, Sharon. It's now after 11 p.m. for you, and I really do appreciate that so much. Thank you so much for coming, and I will be there in a few weeks. So if you need another bodyguard for the costumes, I'm willing to volunteer. So
fantastic. Yeah. All right then. Okay, it's lovely to talk to you.
Lovely to talk to you too. Goodbye.
Bye. Bye.
Thank you very much, everyone, for hanging out. It is the end of the episode. I've timed that very well. Had I known how late we were going to have it be for Sharon, I might not have kept her so late. I might have kept her. I would have kept her a little bit longer. Why can I be Sharon's assistant during WoTCon? No, I want to be Sharon's assistant during WoTCon. So, but yeah, that's it for today, folks. So the episode is wrapping up. We've just got Rand and Moraine staring at each other. There we go. The episode just finished. So perfect timing. I hope you have enjoyed hanging out. Sharon is, as you can see, a treasure. I hope you are able to come to WoTCon to see her or to join virtually to at least be able to see what goes on and enjoy. She's doing a panel and obviously talking about costumes and such. So please make sure if you haven't been able to secure an in-person ticket, that you go and get yourself a virtual ticket so you can enjoy that. And we are back tomorrow because we have 4 more episodes to go. And tomorrow I do have a special secret guest coming. It's all to do with schedules and timings and things, so I cannot guarantee exactly when. But if our aim for when it happens works out, it will be quite a moment. So please join us tomorrow. In between, obviously, I've just got wonderful guests coming, and maybe there's some other people that said, "Look, if things happen, I'll be there," but no guarantees. So tomorrow could be anything goes, but same time tomorrow, folks, midday Eastern, that's 12 noon, 12 p.m., whatever you want to call it, 9 a.m. Pacific, if you need a reference, 5 p.m. here in the UK. at sort of times. So yeah, thank you for hanging out. Please like the video, subscribe to the channel, and make sure you go to SaveWoT.com. Check out all the actions there. Sign the petition if you haven't already. Check out where you can do extra actions such as signing letters and making fan videos and all these other things. Follow what we're doing with billboards and skywriting. We've got some stuff coming up on Australia soon, which is going to be a lot of fun. Hopefully we have, you know, just more and more engagement, keeping going and going and going. And as always, folks, just go out there and bombard SaveWoT, the hashtag, and encourage your friends and family, your dogs, your cats, your half brother twice removed on your cousin sister's side to support us and sign the petition, all those good things. But yeah, thank you for hanging out. I've had a great time. Hopefully tomorrow we have less tech issues. If I'm nothing if not persistent. And yeah, we're going to call it there. So thank you so much, everybody. Hashtag SaveWoT. Go to www.savewot.com and come back tomorrow at midday Eastern, and we'll do the next 4 episodes. Bye.